It's better. Eventually bought out. Thanks for the fact that I used to like. Not right on. Just quick. Yes. I could be your. Yeah. Right. Right. That's. Yeah. Well, when you first started, it's get started here. We're all live and hooked up. Okay, welcome to our work meeting. And we're going to try and give Brandon as much help as we can. Letting him go first. How many slides you got, Brandon?
18. We're not, some of it we're not going to touch on a lot. They're here for your reference.
And we're turning the time over to you and Terry to tell us about the budget.
While that's holding up, Mayor, I can just preface with this is kind of the first presentation that we tend to do every year, and start off with, I guess, the biggest rocks, and then is something of a preface for the rest of the budget presentations that we'll bring over the next month or so. So today we're focusing on revenue projections for fiscal year 24, and then what we're looking at seeing in terms of market and how that leads to recommended increases. All right, let the fun begin. As Brent mentioned, kind of the kickoff of our budget season, at least in relation to presentations. Obviously, we've been hard at work for the past months, preparing and getting information put together. We're still in the process. Revenues, however, we generally are the first thing that we focus on, try to tie it down as much as possible. Because obviously how much we can spend is based on how much we can. So I need to give you kind of a lead in to our fiscal 24 budget. I wanted to touch initially on where we're at right now. So here's our current 23 budget and some of our, if you will, some of our major revenue sources within the general fund. And kind of where we are at year to date. Now, year to date for many of these is not necessarily meaning through today, not necessarily meaning through February. For instance, sales tax, that sales tax number is actually through December. We receive a 2-month delay. It's fine when we receive sales taxes. In the future, I'm going to put a column in here indicating what month that's through. But right now, That's just to give you an idea, but we are 2/3 of the way through the year. And as you can see, we're basically in total 2/3 of the way through sleeping out our budget funds. I expected obviously to end up being higher than that, primarily because of sales taxes and property taxes. You can see both of them. See both of those are doing that. The really column to focus on is this far right. What that column does is say, comparing the number that we have here to where we were at the same time last year. So where are those revenues a year ago? As you can see, sales tax number 6.9%, etc., down through those. And one really cool one is this one right here, which you can't see anymore.
The interest.
Because, yes.
Yeah.
Is that because we're making more interest from our banks?
Yes. So obviously interest rates have changed significantly, not only from when we prepared the fiscal 23 budget. So fiscal 23 budget, we had approximately $350,000 budgeted for interest earnings. And we were at the time of that, we were earning approximately 1.4%. Today, as of through February, we are now earning about 4.6%. That's a 275% increase rate. That translates into a rather significant increase in relation to interest earnings of approximately, so for what we expect this year would be a 725% increase year to date so far. And obviously, you can get higher as we complete the fiscal year. So that you'll see that as we translate that, looking ahead into fiscal 24.
You have a feel because obviously things are costing more. So yes, we're making more interest, but there's a cost. Do you have any idea if there's is it going to be higher, lower?
Well, certainly our costs have increased, and they're probably higher than that amount we earn in interest. Because obviously, interest earnings is not necessarily a foolproof inflationary tool. So while it is great in relation to our budget, because obviously our 23 budget was based on a significantly lower number, therefore the costs that we budgeted were also significant. So yes, some of that's going to get eaten up just by cost increases in the current year, and you would see that also potentially in fiscal 2024. Just for your reference, just kind of give you an idea, percentage-wise, where does the sales tax revenue, how much of our general fund major revenue sources is that? You can see it's a pretty high percentage of our general fund revenue, of the major revenue sources, where that stacks against. Our other funds, both AT&T roads, care, all of our enterprise funds, similar concept. See everyone put it in for 23. That what percentage of that total we reached at this point, and then where does that stack up comparatively to a year ago, the same exact time period?
Point out again which ones are not through February.
So B&C Road will be through January.
Okay.
Air tax is through December. Transportation sales taxes through December.
Because they're tied to taxes.
So tax rate. Water, all the rest of these would be through February. So obviously there's recreation. Now recreation, they continue to, not only did they do really well last year, because it was really their first full year, they continue to do really well through this fiscal year. Comparatively to the prior year, 30% increase in revenue related to that fund. So that's good to see. They continue to perform really well. Same concept, kind of seeing what percentage of those in relation to that total of revenue, how the relative level fund Then we started talking now about our fiscal 24 budget. Our first column we do is here's what same numbers as the 23 budget, trying to comparing those to our fiscal 24 budget. First thing we obviously always talk about is sales tax. You can see a $2.5 million increase in that compared budget to budget. However, keeping in mind that we are currently at 6.9% through December above budget. What I have estimated and used for a very conservative estimate, in my opinion, is if I said, you know what, we're not going to end fiscal 23 at 6.9%. We're going to end fiscal 23 at 4%, a 4% increase. That's just over 33 million. If I then take that 33 million as my base, looking ahead to budget 24, and I budget 33,500,000, that's only a 1.3%. So even though the budget increase is 8.1, we're looking at really a 1.3. If the 33 million comes to fruition for the current fiscal year, we're looking at a 1.3% increase. So that's really, not only am I expecting potentially, not expecting it, I'm being very conservative in that, putting a decline in our current increase of 6.9 down to 4, and then a very small increase in relation to fiscal 24. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Do you see any recessionary pressures on the horizon? And if so, obviously the costs are more expensive, so you're gonna get higher tax, but it's gonna put pressure on the household budget, so they may be spending less. So do you have kind of a feel for that?
So that's a large reason why I'm only putting a 1.3% increase. Obviously, we saw our December numbers come in. That was not very encouraging. So was the December numbers impacted because November's was pretty decent? So as we knew from, I've heard various reports talking about people bought stuff in November, not only because Thanksgiving was a little earlier, but also because they were afraid of supply chain issues, right? So they were buying all of that Christmas stuff early so they could make sure that it got here for Christmas. So did that have an impact? Was that the impact? Really the reason we had a decrease for December? I suppose I would expect some of that was in relation to that. Talking about the tightening of our belts, I expect much of it was also related to that. Continue at least here through the winter months. We'll see obviously when we get to March and April, or April and May, as people head out, do they start buying more stuff, or they traveling, etc. It's yet to be seen. Obviously, there's always the impact. Certainly, banks going under doesn't give people great confidence in the economy either. And so you have a lot of interactions there that don't necessarily look good. However, there are also lots of things that, especially here in Utah, right? A lot of those are maybe more national type of considerations. So here in Utah, we still our housing market is actually still pretty relatively strong, and spending seems to seeing several reports on spending that we as Utahns in particular are continuing to help keep the economy moving here in Utah by not necessarily totally backing away from spending, but certainly is an important element of why I put that so low. Property taxes is another one I want to. So,
Say, Brandon,
yes.
5 point concurrence. You said that's a low number, 1.2, 1.3, right? Compared to previous years, as far as what you usually estimate.
Normally, I would have budgeted 3 to 4%, somewhere in that range. Again, feel, but that would have been what I normally would do. If December's number had been flat or positive, I probably would have raised it. But again, it's a pause for pause a little bit. Yeah, better wait, see, if we get January and all of a sudden January is like really great, maybe we would tweak this a little bit. Increase. Obviously, if it's even worse, it's poor, even poor, okay, well, maybe we'll go look at it again, or at least pay attention to that again. Right? So by the time we actually do our tentative budget, you know, that number may or may not change a little bit.
But in the whole scheme of things, that's a relatively conservative number.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Especially considering, as we mentioned, inflationary standpoint, right? We've seen it come down, but it's still relatively high. So that doesn't, while that we're not talking about the cost side of things quite in a couple of weeks, from the revenue perspective, that still supports, you know, revenue. Property taxes. So I don't know what property taxes are until June 15th. That's a little late in the whole budgeting process to know when, so we have to adopt our budget, our final budget, right around that same time. So we obviously budget relatively conservative in relation to property tax. Basically, what did we get last year? We'll raise it just a little bit. Well, as we well know, 2022, for instance, was things were going crazy, right? And there were lots of growth, lots of homes, lots of other things that were being built. We don't know what the impact of those growth elements are for almost a year and a half later. We're seeing the impact of that this fiscal year. You can, on that prior slide, you can see how we are already past how much we budgeted for the year. We are $500,000 already past that. We still have 5. So that was through January. We still have 5 months of property taxes. So using that, I was obviously an ultra conservative budget for fiscal 23, that number. But now we know what those numbers are, and we're projecting a much bigger number in relation to our fiscal. Property taxes, once they go up, they stay there in relation to us, other than growth. And that's the hard part, right? We don't know that growth number until such a time after. So that's what those are related to, and why there's such a big increase. We already touched on interest earnings. Here's what we are budgeting in the general fund for anticipated interest earnings. Just to give you an idea, as I mentioned, the end of fiscal 22, so June of 2022, we were receiving interest rate of 1.44%. As of here in February, we are receiving 4.6%. And as my anticipation that I believe I've heard that the Fed is going to raise the interest rates again here in March. And supposedly right now, they both said that they were also going to do it one more time during the year. So with that kind of mind where we're at, plus the looking ahead, we've not only used where we are currently and how much we are receiving currently, but also what we would anticipate those rates continuing to get better interest rates. Any questions with anything else on there?
You don't have much going up in building permits, so you're thinking it's going to be pretty much the same as the sheriff.
Yeah, so we touch back on this slide. You can see here compared to our budget where we're at. This is through February, so they're down. You can see comparative to a year ago, significantly down. So in building permits, we don't usually budget how much we got the prior year. We have a, if you will, a base, which is what you see here. We use that. Basically, we might move it up a little bit each year, as long as we see a trend that we're going beyond that. But we use that base as a way to say, you know what, we're going to budget conservatively. We're going to budget this base amount. If we exceed that base amount, we use those funds for construction, usually streets or parks. falls to our bottom line. And, you know, in June, when we do that budget transfer to move money out of our general fund to our CIP fund, some of that money is usually coming from, assuming it exceeds, of course, that base amount that we set, which is relatively. Now this year, you see, we're struggling maybe to get there. As we know, sometimes all it takes is one big project and all of a sudden we're right there. So that is kind of how we do with building permits.
My question is if it's like now 23.5%, if that kind of holds, will you lower your number building permits for next year, thinking that credit's tighter, people on, I don't know, taking risk, rebuild, I don't know, I guess. Or are you gonna keep it this 1.4 because that's kind of what you've been doing?
Correct, we would leave it alone.
Do you have any idea how that number compares to like regionally or through the state? As far as
I don't.
I mean, high growth cities would.
I'm just curious how much interest rates, because I know it's killed mortgages. I'm curious how much interest rates are affecting that.
Just to give you an idea. So last fiscal 22, again, budgeted basically that same number. We received approximately $2 million compared to that $600,000 would flow through to our fund balance.
If it holds true that you don't bring in as much though, are you gonna have to cut things to make up the difference of that?
Again, it's just money that won't flow through into, because sales taxes are up, right? So in essence, sales taxes covers the short.
Brandon's saying is for the most part, especially with the one-time expenses. Brian maybe has these bigger plans.
Yeah, so just within Orem for single family homes, and we do our reports on the calendar year. So for this year, we've only had 2 single family permits pulled. For 2022, we had 47 total, and year before 77. So we've gone from 77 to 47 to 2 in 2 months, but last year we only had 4 through this same time period versus 2.
I'm just curious how much that is our level of growth within the city versus external, macro rates and all that.
So we have something of a relationship with Vineyard Independent. We asked them for some of their building permit information that related to some of our contracts with them. Vineyard is, as you know, has had extremely rapid growth. To level off a bit, we're saying that there's a lot of pipelines that will begin to construct.
So from that perspective, that's more growth oriented.
Yes.
If we have building permits dropped off like 50%, do we make adjustments to the number of staff of inspectors we have?
No, because when we pull that report back up, just 1 second. Well, there may not be as many single family homes. There's more remodels, there's more commercial permits. So the workload stays pretty consistent. And some projects require more inspections than others. And then also the one thing we always have to remind people is if you have a good contractor, you have fewer inspections. If you have a bad contractor, you have more inspections. You'll have a number of inspections. So for us, this has been a perfect storm in a good way, because we have been down seasoned building inspectors. We've been bringing 3 inspectors through an apprentice program, and 2 just came out of it, and 1 is just coming into it. So it's been very beneficial for us. In fact, we've had enough inspections that our chief building official has been out helping pick up the slack in the field. Usually our chief building official stays in the office, manages, stuff, helps at the counter and things like that. So our workload right now has been pretty. It's actually been a little bit of a nice steady rollout versus the chaos of the last few years where it's been so busy, it's hard to keep up.
And we have quite a few lots being developed right now here in the city, don't we?
We do, yeah, there's a number of single family homes. Jones Court, South Orem has 22 lots, I think, and there's 20 something up by Timpanogos High School. It's going online as soon as they can get asphalt down. So there's a few decent sized projects out there.
Just touching on, again, on our other funds other than the general fund. So see the various expectations, obviously, repair tax and transportation sales tax, again, both sales tax based. A similar concept that I just talked about with our regular sales taxes was used in relation to those sales taxes as well. Water reclamation, water revenues. See here in a minute when we talk about rates, small increase. So you can see a small increase in those. Water reclamation revenues have been grown. Budget have also continue to be down in relation to that. We're still trying to actually evaluate exactly why our revenues are down in that area. So that one's still in the works as far as trying to figure out what exactly is the cause of that. Stormwater, and that's about a master plan. That's recreation. Well, also our solid waste revenue fund. All of the districts are all so now we're going to touch on just some of the rate increases a few charges, which as soon as we finish putting together the draft of the fees and charges, send that out to each of you. So you can use those over the next month or so. If you have any questions about any of those fees and charges, now you're welcome to contact Trevor Bell over here by officer and works very closely in getting the budget all put together. And he's going to gather fees and charges information. Him or myself. Vectors who are specifically related to that particular fee, you're welcome to reach out to them as well. So we have some cemetery increases primarily related to costs of personnel. Obviously, as our costs of personnel have gone up, cemetery is very heavy in using personnel to take care of things there. And so we have an increase generally in relation to those fees. I mentioned, touched on water fund. See any increase in main tier 1 usage charge. Various increases tiers usage. This is actually 2045. My apologies for not getting that updated. The percentage increase is basically the same. This is still 0.5 and this is 0.7. So small increases in relation to the base rate for water, which obviously may or may not remember. The base rate is primarily the thing we use to support the actual infrastructure, as opposed to usage rate, which is generally tied to actually getting the water, especially cleaned, etc., and getting it out of the reservoir. The questions in relation to water. And again, just keep in mind this meeting is just to give you now a heads up as to kind of where we're going and what we're planning on related to the budget. We hope that you'll actually take that, review it in your own, and then as you have questions about any of these things, obviously feel free to reach out to discuss those items.
This is on the word proposed. that,
Yes.
Brandon has on this thing.
Realize this is the first time you've seen it, so we don't necessarily expect that have all the questions you might want to ask right here. Stuff might come up over the next time period that you go, I heard about this, so I have a question.
I have a question. So when we adopted, I don't know, years ago, the 7-year master plans for infrastructure, are we just picking along with what those were proposing?
Not for water and not for water. So those two, no, because we just made that shift in our cash funding as opposed to now hybrid funding between debt and cash. So the rates have been adjusted to accommodate for that hybrid, issuing those bonds for those big projects. And so we're still working through that bond money. To be honest, we haven't yet spent it all. And so we're still working through using all of that. These rates take that hybrid model. For
But
water, for stormwater, yes.
Great, but would be following those plans.
And then we're obviously in the middle of developing our current master plan. It would then try to obviously then make adjustments here to accommodate for that new master plan.
What's
Water
not
reclamation.
reflected so far, we would come back to you with details of a full financial analysis of what wastewater treatment plan, capital facilities plan, how we might fund those potential projects.
Same, so water reclamation, same thing, we have a percentage increase from 1239 to 1248 base rate.
I just wanted to make a comment that you updated the sewer water last year. And so the utility that you also adopted. All of these numbers are exactly what we saw that was adopted back then.
On stormwater, just following the master plan. Rates there. Solid waste. Again, these contract waste management. Quite honestly, we've been able to negotiate a pretty good rate in relation to if we contract had ended, we were going back out to bid. We had some headwind that maybe we shouldn't do that. The rates that we were going to get back were not good, so we were able to negotiate with waste management to keep the rate at a relatively decent increase. And so that's what you see in relation to these fund increases for the future. And street lighting, trying to accommodate new we're now in a maintenance mode. So basically almost done with street. Chris, how much longer all the street lights are going to be in?
There are 2 lighting districts remaining, another 2 years before those are completed. We are funding the construction of those.
So this fund is primarily almost entirely now maintenance of the poles. And we're trying to accommodate. Okay, now recreation. So I do have a slide, and I know many of you are. I forgot to get a copy of it. I forgot to get the slide into this document, comparing us to all the other cities that you usually see in our tentative budget document. But if you want, I'll just pass that around, and you're welcome to kind of see where we fall. Keep in mind, this includes these changes, includes our proposed changes in our number. The other cities does not. It is, as far as we know, anyway, it's their current rate. A lot of times they don't tell us, well, maybe we're going to do this, maybe not. So that just kind of gives you an idea of where we sit overall in relation to many of the other cities and various components. Recreation. they have lots and lots of changes, so. We have put this slide together to kind of give you an idea of what they are doing. They are trying to, as you can see here, simplify many of their fee schedules. If you look at their fees and charges in the past, it is pages and pages and pages of things. And they've been trying to make sure that they simplify that so that it's much more understandable, it's much easier, it's more equitable across all of the groups. So there are many, many, many changes you'll see in the fees and charges schedule in relation to trying to do that very thing. You'll see that both in the sports programming area as well as the fitness center, the syrup. And again, we hope you will take the time to look through the fees and charges schedule when we send that out to you. And then as you do that, obviously, I will guide you to Bryce to touch on exactly whys and whatnots of those changes in that schedule.
And Bryce, maybe you could just give us the 30-second elevator.
I think like two big examples, like Brandon said, we used to list out like spring basketball and summer basketball and fall basketball. There's different numbers of games. Some are in these types of gyms and that types of gym. What we did for the fee schedule was say, we will charge $67.50 per basketball game. And then that way, if it's an 8-game season or 11-game season, it's easy for our residents to understand. And we took what was 2 pages of very specific programming, and now it's 1 line on 1 page. Similarly, when we used to do a pool party rental at the Sierra, it had a deposit fee, a security fee, the rental fee, and then the reimbursement of the security deposit afterwards. So we had to have a staff manage 4 processes. We had to have 4 conversations. It takes a long time to do it. We have not had to refund security deposits in years at the Sierra because we have staff there. So now we have 1 point, 1 time to pay, 1 time for the resident to have to interact with the city staff and go from there. So the bulk of the changes for what we're doing was looking at a lot of those processes and making it simpler for the resident to understand. Same thing, a karate class, a gymnastics class, a dance class. We cost it per session, so we put that to a singular per session cost.
And thanks, Bryce. Couple of, obviously, these are sometimes things that we think that you might want to specifically know about, some changes that related to our general admission. Youth, seniors, increase in relation to those. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier with the cemetery, we've had a lot of pay increase pressures at the fitness center. These fees are generally to try to alleviate pressure that fitness center and the Sierra Pool face. Lifeguards have been just really tough. And so that's the primary reason for these increases. Should be noted, however, all of our passes, there are no increase in the passes.
So how does that daily fee compare to other rec facilities around here?
At or below. So Provo went up to 6, American Point is between 6 and 7, Lehigh Legacy. So we are in or below market still.
And how about annual passes?
We are on par. I think we're below Provo, and we're on par with like a Springville. We're above Lehigh and some of the smaller communities. You know, not quite rec centers that are on this newer sort of tier of this.
One other area of note, fire area, fire prevention. So there were been listed above. Fire prevention is looking at fire inspections, an increase, a change to that whole structure, and an increase in related revenue as we attempt to try to do a better job with our fire inspections. And then that has a hopefully an impact down the line as we have people who are paying attention to that within the city.
Sure, well, I can tell you, in 26 years, we've never really had a good, efficient structure to to capture what you have up here, these 4,600 annual fire inspections. And so what we're doing is currently building a structure that supports all of these annual inspections. And our goal is every single business in all 3 cities. And we're going to do that annually. And so that's, there's a lot of different ways you can look at this. Obviously, from a preventative standpoint, it's a huge citizens safety feature, but the cost, obviously, the recuperation is going to be huge as well. You go out there and you knock on doors, you talk to businesses, and so what's the last time you saw a fire inspector? And you're going to get captured from all over the. And so it's really a projection that looks great, and that's a structure that I believe will work, and it's going to be on an annual basis. And there's also a community risk reduction component to it, where we're working on right now that actual homeowners, citizens, families can reach out. They can, and when we can notify them, they can get online. They can conduct their own survey, their own inspection on their residents, so to speak, right at that level. And so it's kind of exciting. It's really above and beyond anything we've ever had here. So kind of a neat, exciting time in fire prevention.
So to be clear, the individual inspection fees go down because of the energetic, proactive, efficient way we're doing it. Total revenue will go up because more of them.
One of the big deals from our past conversations is this entire program together should ultimately potentially bring down insurance rates.
Yeah,
in the city for homeowners, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, if that comes together, that could be millions of dollars.
It can be. Yeah, it's the ISO rating that you're referring to, and the better that gets, the lower that everybody, not just businesses, but homeowners, residents pay for insurance. So yeah, it's a good thing.
That's a big deal.
Okay, a final tab, slide, I should say. So just a note, there are changes into all of these other areas. So go to Jim. This time, I'm going to turn the time over to Harry to talk about compensation.
Hey, so Brandon's talked about how our revenues are going up, and we're going to talk about how we're going to help our employees by spending for that money. So I'm going to have Jennifer go over some details, and then I'll talk briefly about what we're going to propose for the new fiscal year.
Yep, so I'll talk about some of the history and some of the factors that lead into our decisions and what our plans are at this point. So this is just a slide that shows kind of some of the biggest changes we've made to our compensation program over the years. This is outside of traditional merit market increases that we do and look at every year. So in 2018, we implemented phase 1 of the public safety career ladder program, which created our police officer 1, 2, 3 classifications, as well as firefighter, paramedic 1, 2, 3, just to kind of give our employees more opportunity to advance and see their career. And then a couple of years later, we expanded this program to be what we call the hybrid step program, which combines the career ladder components that were there, as well as a step increase that the employees received every year, and expanded it to many more positions. So from our police officers through lieutenant, and then in fire all the way up through battalion chiefs. So this gave employees the ability to come and say, if I start today, this is what I'll make, and then what they're going to be making every year. In July 2021, NFP completed their compensation and benefits study for us. So we worked with them to do a comprehensive review of all of our positions and benefits to determine how competitive we were with the market and if there was internal equity, just to make recommendations. And we made quite a few structural changes at that point to all of our classifications of positions. At the same time, we also implemented phase 1 of the Public Works Hybrid Step program, which is, it was for the entry-level positions in Public Works that we were having a hard time recruiting for and retaining employees in these positions. So again, to increase recruitment and retention efforts, we created this for our technicians, operators, and mechanics. And then just this past January, with your support, we were able to do additional target market increases for positions that were deemed to be out of market. And again, every year we do an internal review of how we look in the market, how we are internally equitable, and to make recommendations for that year. Obviously, benefits are a major factor of compensation, and we think about that. So health insurance is obviously the biggest cost to our organization. And this just shows how the cost has increased since 2015. And this is for the high deductible health insurance family plan. So since 2015, the cost has increased from about $13,500 for the city's portion to now about $20,000. The city's chosen to absorb almost all of the increased costs, but we have to factor that into our budgeting. So we're anticipating again an additional 5 to 6% for this next.
That slide before you leave it is showing it flat this year.
Yes, so for the first time in my professional career, we were able as a city to keep our rates the same from last year to this year, which I've never seen before.
Yeah,
We're not trending in that way this current year, but we were really lucky to have low rates.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we try to keep the employee premiums relatively the same. It has increased the past couple of years, but so now employees pay $85 approximately each month for insurance. So this shows our turnover for departments. The green line is Public Works, blue is police, red is fire, and yellow is all other. So this is from fiscal year 18 to fiscal year 23 as of last week. So we're seeing positive movement as in reduced turnover in all departments, which is highly positive, especially in Public Works compared to last year. Last year we had a lot of turnover in Public Works, but this year that's down to below 10%. Our police and fire have also decreased significantly over the past few years. Save us.
Do we know why we have such a high turnover in Public Works? Was it other opportunities? Was it hard to find people? Chris, answer that.
Probably low pay. And what we've been planning in the last 2 years, the Public Works Apprenticeship Program, apprenticeship, and it's taken off. It's saved us. We've taken people that had no understanding of what we do, be able to educate them and train them, and to the point where they really like what they're doing, and we found great people that were hungry and humble, and they're really increase their knowledge and skill set in that area. They wanted to stay. So
I think the biggest difference is with this apprenticeship program is we're able to find the right people that have the best attitudes and can do positive attitudes. We can train them into these positions. We just need to get the right people in the right spots. So that's what the apprenticeship program is.
Yeah. And keep in mind, this is turnover for all reasons. So it includes retirements, dismissals, resignations, all of that. So speaking of retention and recruitment, so these are some of the things we're trying to do to reduce this turnover and make sure we get and keep the best employees. So the hybrid step programs, again, have been just a huge component of this, allowing employees in these programs to see their career path and know what they can get. The apprenticeship program that we just talked about, so we have it in Public Works and also with our building inspectors. We've expanded our hard to fill incentives as well as referral bonuses and expanded employee development for our existing employees through trainings and other components.
Can you go back to that previous slide?
Yeah.
So the yellow, that's all other. So are these full-time employees or these?
Yes.
So
This is just
That
full-time.
doesn't include any part-time. Then what would that?
These are smaller departments, so library, recreation, development services, management services, city manager's office, finance.
I think that sums it up.
Does that, or does that include?
Yeah, does it?
We're pretty good at growing people in other positions.
Okay, so now what you're all interested in. This shows our historical market and merit increases for the past several years. So you'll see in fiscal year 20 and 21, we had a 3% merit as well as a 1% market. And this is obviously for positions outside the hybrid step programs. They don't have the merit, but they get the 3% increase. In fiscal year 22, we didn't have a global market increase. This is when NFP completed their compensation study. And so it was much more targeted that we gave the market increases to positions that needed it. And this last fiscal year in July, we implemented a 3% merit as well as separate market driven increases based on position and employee group. And again, this was heavily driven by how each of the positions fell in the market. And because of how we structured our compensation system, that now we don't have everyone in the merit and market program, it allows us to make these changes more easily. That we can look and see, well, how's our fire department doing? Do we need to do more or less for them compared to other groups? And then again, we were able to do some mid-year market-driven target adjustments in January.
So define what merit means. What's that mean?
So employees are evaluated each year and they're able to get up to a 3% merit as long as it's in the budget, and it always has been as far as I know. But up to a 3% merit increase based on their work.
And who decides on that? Did they get the 3%?
The department director does.
The department director, so they could get 2%, they could get 1%, they could get nothing.
Yes.
And that's for everyone outside of the hybrid step program. So the hybrid step programs, they get bumped along through the steps automatically. It's just the employees that are not part of that system that get the merit increase.
So if I have a manager that just can't stand like us, I'm not gonna get my 4%.
So there's checks and balances. It does go up through the chain of command. So if you have a frontline employee, the division manager has a say in recommending the department director on what they do. But it also is based on their performance evaluation as well. So it's not just a random number that they put out. Usually if it's less than 3%, there's some performance issues and they're already working through that.
Is 3% the max that it goes to?
Yes, well, so departments can go higher as long as they stay within their budget. So if you have a golden unicorn superstar employee and you can get them more than 3%.
Does that mean you have to give someone less than the 3% so that the average is 3%?
You have a total bucket of money, so yes.
If I could add on to that, Jerry, a lot of times in our departments, we have positions that aren't filled or employees that aren't eligible, so it gets a little more flexible.
But either way, when someone, if there's a particular employee that would be above and below, it has to be documented with incentives that justify.
We had this discussion. It came up that, maybe city manager's office, their percentage was higher than maybe development services or whatever. So I think we'd like to look at that and say, maybe drill down the top 5 or whatever and say, has it really been fair to other employees compared to maybe this group got way much higher. I think if we could do that, that would be good. So we can look at that and drop down and say, was it fair?
That will be even easier for you to do as slim down the city manager's department and kind of spread it and push down.
Yeah, I mean, like last year, the history would be, this person will make 3% or whatever in this department. But maybe that department got maybe 10% and everyone else got 3% because maybe they're both that. So if we can look at that, I think that we talked about just want to make sure everything's fair. And moving forward, it looks like it will be.
Yeah, as we start phasing in more positions into the hybrid step program, it kind of takes away that concern that the two of you brought up of, well, what my department director doesn't like me or my manager doesn't like me, because in the hybrid step program, those merits are already built into the system.
And to Brett's point, the city manager's office is gonna be a lot more flat than in terms of structure than it used to be,
Yeah, there's 2 employees in that department.
where it was a lot more vertical before.
Okay, so this shows kind of a comparison from both last year and what some cities are proposing. Most cities have not stated what they're going to be doing for the upcoming fiscal year. They're kind of like us, waiting to see what's happening and make sure how much money they have to be able to do this. But in fiscal year 23, the average of these sister cities was about 7.25%. Ours was in line with this at 7.5%, again, for those positions outside hybrid step programs, they merit. And then the positions that receive their 3% merit as part of this.
Yeah, my memory is this was a high year because we're trying to retain
Yeah,
the good employees. It's not usually
no,
that high. Usually it's like 4 to 5.
Well, the inflation was high last
Yeah.
year, it is still.
And I think you're seeing a little bit of bleed over in that from some of our other cities too. That they're still worried about those same concerns this upcoming fiscal year as well.
Be interesting to look at the state of Utah.
It's on there.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, they just approved the 5% COLA.
75.
5%.
But that's just that's
For
just
this
the market increase, that doesn't include if they can merit.
Yeah. We just know what they approved legislatively for COLA.
What's their merit usually?
I'm not
Do
sure
they have,
what
do they have
the- We don't usually include them as a sister city necessarily, but we just included them because it was in the news. Again, the only cities that have said, and these are all tentative, is South Jordan, Sandy, and West Valley were traditional student cities, what they're thinking. And it's looking similar to last year. It's, I think, like Carrie said, a lot of it's that lagging. We feel confident that we were able to make some of these targeted mid-year adjustments that maybe they're not as far behind as we would have been otherwise, so we're grateful for that. And then I'll turn this over to Chris.
Okay, so really what we're most concerned with is what are we going to do for this upcoming fiscal year? The first thing that we were tasked with when we were coming up with the proposal to what we want to propose for this upcoming fiscal year is that we want to take care of our current employees first. Before we look at expanding positions or making drastic changes, we want to make sure that our current employees feel like that they're taken care of and compensated fairly, while still being fiscally responsible. So we appreciate one of your areas of focus, as it has been the last couple of years, is to provide the city with the best skilled and talented workforce. And that shows for all of our employees. We appreciate how much that you guys provide our employees and appreciate every single one in every department. So we appreciate that. So we are looking at doing global market increases and then also target adjustments for some positions that may be more out of market than others. Some of the positions that we have struggled with the most right now are attorneys, engineers, and accounting. So those are the 3 positions that we've noticed that are the most difficult for us to fill right now. So we'll be looking at making some changes for those. We'll do merit increases for positions not in the hybrid step programs. The biggest structural change that we'll do are all the positions that are outside of the hybrid step programs. We're doing away with the grading system. Each position will still have a range, but they will not have a grade tied to that. And by removing those grades, it allows us to be competitive in the external market without having to look at the internal. So we can be more proactive in looking at the outside market to make sure that we're being competitive. So then we plan to expand the hybrid step programs in our key departments. So Public Works, they rolled out phase 1, and that was for our technician and operators 2 years ago. Now we'll be adding more positions as our phase 2 approach. So that will go up to before section managers. So anything below section managers would be in this phase 2. we're proposing that finance, management services, and development services starts with phase 1 of moving some positions into this hybrid STEP program. So the goal is that we'll slowly move more positions into that and move away from the merit. Any questions on what we're proposing here?
What does that mean? Tell us what you're moving from what to what.
So the concerns that you guys have about merit increases, that it's subjective, right? Moving more people into these hybrid STEP programs allows them to have to meet certain criteria to improve their skills and their certifications to be able to get pay increases. And it's very objective, right? So you can either meet these metrics or you don't, so that you can get of just being merit driven.
So are they more time-based or are they more performance-based?
It's both, so that's why it's a hybrid. So every year is a step, and then after you've met the top of the steps, as long as you meet the career ladder piece of it, that's requirements. So Chief Adams, maybe you can talk about like one of the requirements.
Yeah, a lot of ours is it's designed to develop their trajectory to rating and so on. They go from day one to far into their career, exactly what's expected of them each year to maintain, to expand.
I know there was a concern that not every class was offered at the right times. So are we offering?
That's on, for our case, that's on that.
I think it,
We had some issues. We're getting behind those, ironing out the ratings.
Okay.
And yeah, we're getting there with that. It's not fun to dangle a carrot and then not, for them not to get that right. So we
That's
get
kind of
that. Yeah, we're good.
I think the biggest issue was when we implemented it, then the certifications were then required. Where now it's been a couple of years, they already know what certifications they have to get, so they've got several years to do them. And if they haven't done it in 4 years, that the classes have been offered in 4 years. Okay, anything else? Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you. That's everything from
Yeah.
both you guys. Okay. Thank you.
Most items which we discuss is to review a proposed amendment to the Orem State Code for pediatric care facility. So Jason's going to take us through this. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Members of the council, this is the issue that came, Jeff brought it up to the attention. We have a lady, Becky, who owns, operates what's called Braid's Place. It's a palliative care facility. She actually does home care now. What they're proposing to do is locate a specific facility to offer palliative care for those that are coming out of the hospital that has a traumatic, whether it's an injury, whether it's a life, whether it's a terminal type. Typically, we'll get some type of it's a reading tube or something like that. This is a place where they can come and learn how to install that, maintain it for the child. So what she's wanting to do is a place that will be, I think there's only like 8 in the country, actually. There is one in London. There's not one in Utah County. So it's something that people can come and get taught how to do that. It also allows daycare type, not daycare, respite. Actually, if someone has multiple children, they have one that maybe has some issues, they can drop the child off They will watch them for a period of time. If that family then wants to go to vacation and be able to get that needed time away from them, then they'll be able to come back. Or they'll be able to spend a couple nights, family members in the facility as well, so they get a grip on what the issues are with the child. And how they help the child over. So this, we're proposing, Steve Earl is the one, this in connection with Becky as well, to be able to locate in this facility, the facility, it's an existing facility, it was built back in the early 90s as a senior care facility. It was modified in the 2005, actually, but there was an addition on the back, portion of that.
Here's the clarify, this type of property that we were talking about, like. Yep, it's that same property.
This has been vacant for a while, right?
This has been empty for about 3 or so years.
And is this the same person that we were talking to?
Yes.
Yep. So what they're wanting to do is come in and the way the ordinance is crafted, it has to be an existing facility. Right now, it's a conditional use, proposed conditional use in an R75 zone, which is what this facility is located in. We have about 9 or so of these types of facilities throughout the city. They're in different zones, R8, 5 zones. This facility, like I say, is existing. The ordinance is crafted in a way that it has to be an existing facility. It has to have had at least a number of operated as a care facility for elderly or something similar to that in order to qualify for this requirement. It still is going to be a conditional use, so the applicant will have to come back through Planning Commission, City Council to get approval for their final plan once this, if the council decides to adopt this. And basically, they have to go in exterior modifications. What they're going to do is do some remodeling and fixing up. It's been vacant for years, so the roof is leaking and things like that. So they do some remodeling, but you will not see any difference as far as the building facades or things like that. Other minor upkeep. That's the requirement. You see, there's roughly 20 parking stalls that are existing. That will remain. So there'll be plenty of parking as well. The original additional use was approved 26 beds. So this facility basically will be a 26 bed facility for the children. If there's nothing specified, so if there's another project like this coming forward, and there's nothing specified, it would be a maximum of 12 in that facility. So there is some limitations on moving forward with what can be allowed in these types of facilities. There's a couple of parents stay for permission as they learn and get taught on how to take care of their child. Then there's they can come and stay if it's a terminal type situation and they need a couple of days of care until the child passes away. They can come and be able to stay on site and be able to. So that's built into the ordinance. They do allow.
When you say stay, do you mean they have a bed for them to stay? Or
They would have so there'd be the way that she's described it is connecting. The child would be in one, other siblings, parents could be next door in another.
for like an adjoining room or something?
They'd be adjoining. Yep. Let's see. Then they would be able to treat, right now she goes household to household. They would be able to treat up to 5 outpatients. So they could come, stop the day, get a little training, and then leave the facility the same day. So not have an overnight stay.
So just if I can interject, one of her things that she wants to do is to be able to have some different types of therapists that have an office here, that they can provide, therapy to not only the kids who are staying there, which I think the expected duration of the stay for the kids is between 7 and 30 days, relatively short. But then, like Jason says, some of the kids that they're maybe providing services to in home could also come there, on a weekly basis or whatever it is to get some therapy and, on an outpatient basis, but not actually be staying there.
Before you leave that slide, Jason, I'm sorry, I maybe didn't catch it. Since you said most of these are in R75s or R8s, and this may come up to us again, do we want to approve it for R8s as well, or is this very focused?
So
I guess that's more a question for you to see.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll answer that. We think this would be okay in R75 or R8, but the thought is let's try it in a limited zone first, to see how it works. We identify if there's any problems, then we haven't expanded it beyond what's being requested.
Okay, and then we can always modify.
And then we can always expand it to go into RA.
Thank you.
So it would basically, they would go through the same process, right? Go out and they would go through the process of going. This kind of goes through the regular, or the rest of the steps. There would be a small sign, 6 square feet, which is their sign, picture sign up. Then they would be required to be licensed to the state, licensed to the city with a business license.
So there's private.
We have private.
It's not like a public private. It's just a private company doing this. And is this usually built through insurance or?
I believe that I believe they use insurance services. So my understanding, she's a registered nurse and basically operates as other nurses that are on staff.
And what was this before?
This was a beehive home.
Beehive home.
So it's about 3 years ago or so.
Okay, is that what you're saying? Maybe other situations like this?
Well, this specific zoning request is limited to this particular kind of use. So it's pretty narrow. There's not going to be a lot of people trying to do this kind of thing. So that's all it allows.
I guess I'm just curious if that's something we're looking at, is that there are similar situations.
Oh, yeah.
Coming at us.
Maybe what you're talking about is, back in the 80s and 90s, we had a lot of assisted living facilities for elderly approved and built, and for some reason, they're just going out of business for whatever reason, and so they're looking to convert those buildings to different uses. And this is one of those, and there are a number of other ones out there. I mean, the one that we just dealt with was where they wanted to convert part of that to the autism, and we've had requests for other former assisted living facilities as well.
Right.
Whatever the reason is, they just want, I guess it's not working for that, they want to find other uses.
Okay.
So this is going to planning commission tomorrow. Yesterday, I believe I sent you an email that outlines this text in that email. So if you have any questions, the planning commission will review it, and then the city council will review it. So next council meeting.
It seems to me quite a no-brainer, but is there any concerns that you guys have? I mean, I'm assuming the neighbors won't be too bothered by
Yeah, no, there's
occasional
one,
car here and there.
you can see that the majority of these are fourplexes. Neighbor meeting, there was no concern. Basically, their entrances and frontage is multi-family.
It was a whole new idea that it would be more of an issue, I think, in the neighborhood, but this is something that's been here for this many years. The neighborhood, it makes sense.
If there was any concern in my mind, it would be the outpatient aspect of this, because that is kind of like a medical, clinic type of a thing, which you don't typically see in a residential zone. But that's why we try to put some limits on how much that can be, so that it's not a lot of traffic. You can't have more than 5 kids getting outpatient treatment at the same time, and it does kind of dovetail with the proposed.
And it's during daytime hours, and it's also, there's, up to 20 or so parking stalls, so there should be plenty of off-street. There shouldn't be any on-street issues.
Something else that she mentioned, maybe, this education building expense, business. It reminded me a little bit of I was stay while they receive pay. So, I don't. Me about it.
We had this discussion with the planning commission. I was laying out the planning commission. It was not a child. It had this. She really, they were scarce. We'll bring it forward. The text is in the email.
So I think the plan is, so the Becky has filed an application, and so we'll be taking this to planning commission. We have it scheduled tomorrow. Okay, maybe you already said that. It's apologies. So.
And then council.
Good, thank you, Jason. Thank you. Okay, next we've got a presentation of Gold Star Families Memorial Monument. Taylor and Hardy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I am greatly honored to be able to introduce our special guest today. Some of you may know her, Jenny Taylor from North Ogden City. We're privileged to have her to help present on this topic as she has become the expert in this field in Utah, a great public speaker, a great public servant. She graduated from BYU and Utah State University, and her and Brent, her late husband, originally started their married life in Utah County and lived in the city of Orem. So she's back to some of her roots here, and we're happy to have her. Brent, her late husband, was a city council member, very active in public service, and also served in the U.S. Army National Guard. However, and unfortunately, Major Brent Taylor was killed in November 2018. And shortly after, Jenny Taylor started the foundation called the Major Brent Taylor Foundation. The foundation seeks to ignite patriotism through service and looks forward to continually working with cities across the state of Utah to honor those who serve and also families who have lost those in the line of service.
Thanks. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. It's hard to drive through this part of town and not just go straight back to memory lane. I delivered our first baby, living in a home just blocks from here. We used to go to the Macy's. I used to take her on walks around the stroller, and we used to come to story time at this library with my little toddler. So it's great to be here, and thanks for the introduction. I'll just flip through this if that's okay. First question you might ask yourself is, what are you doing here? You're from North Ogden now. How many military members are there here in Orem? And the answer is a lot. And the answer is a lot more than you think. And I don't just mean military members, I mean those who have fallen while serving. The Department of Defense tracks numbers in a bunch of different ways, just like all statistics. These are some of the names of some Orem City family residents who lost a member of the military serving in the line of duty overseas during the global war on terrorism. That's a very finite number. In the country, there's about 7,042 that lost their lives in the line of duty in the global war on terrorism. In the same 20-year period, we also lost another 30,000 to suicide, and even more than that to just other causes of death. A soldier might die from cancer or a car accident or a heart attack while also serving in the military. So these are some of those that come at the top of those lists because of their line of duty nature of their death. But I think you would be surprised if you just started shaking hands around the community. You'd find more surviving family members than you may think. The Gold Star Family Memorial Monument movement was started by Woody Williams. I don't know if any of you are familiar with him. He just recently passed away at the age of 99. He was the last living Medal of Honor recipient from World War II. He was at Iwo Jima with that greatest generation. And I think part of him in his surviving that was grateful for his survival and also always felt a debt of gratitude and a debt of grief to the families of those his comrades that didn't make it home. So just several years back, he built one of these beautiful monuments in West Virginia in his hometown, and it just caught on. People saw it, they wanted one. More people saw it, they wanted one. I once saw one on Facebook shortly after my husband was killed, and I wanted one. So I called our city council, presented a meeting much like this to our council and mayor and the crew, and just said this would be a wonderful way to honor those families that have fallen. This memorial is different from what you might have at your cemetery. It's different than what you might see in Washington, D.C. It's different than what exists at Fort Benning, where the names of the fallen are etched in stone. This monument has 0 names on it. It's to the family and loved ones of the fallen. Now, you might look statistically at that list of those first few that fell, or I could tell you in North Ogden, there's my husband who had a wife and 2 parents and 7 kids and 6 siblings, but he also had friends from high school and college buddies from the beginning of his professional career, like Brent in this room. The family of our fallen is far more than biology and that biological connection. So we started one in North Ogden, St. George, South Jordan. We started the new, we haven't gotten this far south yet. And we would love for Orem to help us get into Utah County, especially. You have a very high concentration, particularly of National Guard. Down here, you've got some great military intelligence units that are just located right here, in addition to the others that travel around the state to serve in different units. There's 3 proposed locations that I don't know if you want to speak more to those, or
Yeah,
you're
absolutely.
more familiar with the details.
Yeah, as Jenny said, we have the opportunity as the city of Orem to become the first city in Utah Valley, Utah County with one of these monuments. And the next southern being St. George. So we cover a wide gap to provide this memorial monument to these families, as she said, that span the state of Utah. These 3 locations that we've identified with Parks and Rec are proposed ideas, and we will continue to work with our Parks and Recreation Department to find the best location to get the highest traffic, where people are walking in our parks more often with their families, high traffic areas. One of them being Nielsen's Grove Park. We've looked at 2 locations in the park where we could potentially put this monument. One being in this flower bed, where that circle bed is. It would be fairly easy for us to construct and lay out the concrete there and build a monument at the end of this flower garden. The other is seen from Sand Hill Road here, very easily visible. We talked with one of the division managers in Public Works, and they said it would be very easy to build a connecting path on our existing trails to connect down to this and make it highly visible for the public to be able to interact with it. The next proposed location is the Orem City Center Park, because it's another park that has a lot of traffic and a lot of our community members going there, walking around with their families. And we have some ideas of locations in this park as well that would be suitable. And finally, Cemetery Field, up on the corner where it's not the cemetery and it's the park before the cemetery, would be a great location as well that feeds in. People can go to the memorial monument that's already there. They can explore the parks and paths down in this area with that monument being an icon. Yes.
We're building a new park, as you know, in South Orem. Was that area considered?
That has not been considered yet, but we will consider it.
Perhaps one reason why not is one, because it's 2, but these options to have a street facing.
Do we know who gets more traffic, the cemetery, Nielsen, or right here by the city center?
Well, it depends on which street you're talking about by city center, because if you're on Center and 400, that corner gets a lot of traffic, whereas these proposed locations over on the other side are less traffic by car. But
Yeah,
a
I
lot
meant
of
foot traffic.
Foot traffic.
Steven, I know, walks out here every lunch hour in the nicer days. Every day. Nicer not. You know, and I think, I know how much traffic this gets. I don't know as much at Nielsen. I see more of the cemetery as well. So I don't know if we have counts on that at all.
Yeah, I talked with Tyler Bay in the Public Works Department, and he said Nielsen Park gets some of the most traffic, not only from our residents, but from people coming in because it's iconic. Another one he mentioned was Mount Timpanogos Park, but that's kind of in the far reaches of the city, and we want it to be more central.
Well, it's no far reacher than Nielsen, is it?
Yeah.
Do you mind
They're
if
the two
I-
opposite ends, northeast and southwest.
This, I zoom in if we can, or you can see because it's large here. I love that you're considering putting it in a high traffic area. I love a cemetery. Cemetery is a beautiful place. Those of us who buried someone go there frequently. Military monuments are often in the cemetery to honor the fallen. I would just like to point out this one is intended to be to the living.
Right.
Who are still left. I can remember my husband at his gravesite every day that I want to. The intent with this is that, let's say Becky's maybe here with one of her kids or grandkids in a few years, or Councilmember McDonald, if you bring one of the grandkids over, you're going to the library, you're going to pay a traffic citation, you're going to apply for a deck permit, and you accidentally see it. Versus you have to intentionally go to the cemetery, to the military veteran memorial on Memorial Day or something. When you see this, the symbolism and the power of it, this picture really doesn't do it justice. I'll invite you to North Ogden any day you want to come and see ours. It's about 8 feet tall, the apex about 13 feet wide, and a grown man could stand in this silhouette, which of course is the idea. It's the silhouette of the missing person. And then you have this front, which is nationwide. It looks the same whichever city you go to. The back you get to personalize and have it feel like it's Orem's, it's yours. You know, in North Ogden, we have a photo of a flag flying in a canyon that's very much ours. St. George has a beautiful aerial shot of Dixie, something like that. You can have that kind of just really ties it into making yours. But the idea really is to be exactly as he said. We want as many people to see it. I hope it's a conversation starter. I hope a child says to their parent or grandparent or teacher, hey, what's a Gold Star family? What does that even mean? And then maybe it can start that conversation about the price of freedom that is paid in this country that we all know is very well worth paying. It needs to be paid. Yes.
So in a very short time, we're gonna have a beautiful courtyard.
Yeah.
Visible from library, utilities, the city for whatever reason.
And you're already tearing up the concrete, so you're only paying out.
So Jenny,
Yes.
you know the city, you know the parks. I'd like to defer to where you think it should be. Not all of us where we don't have a clue. Your vision.
I would put it here, sir. I would put it here. I would put it right in the center of the city. It's the center of your government. It's the symbol of the residents coming together. The government is the people in our country. And I can think of no better fit. I love the idea of a park that gets lots of drive-by traffic, but we have found nationwide the most impact they have is when they are right at the heart of the city center. And especially a beautiful city center like yours, and especially with new beauty coming. You know, our city, our town building is about this big, the monument's about as tall as City Hall. But where you have such a beautiful, if it were entirely up to me, cost and sprinkler lines and crane expenses completely tossed aside, I would put it right.
So one of the things we've talked about is the selfie moment, right?
Yeah.
So of course we've been.
Oh, God.
And you'll be surprised when you break ground and when you dedicate, assuming this happened. The surviving families will come from all over the state to your city to see it. There's something powerful in them getting together. You'll be surprised that you probably know some of them and might not have even known they were on the list. My husband served on the city council for 4 years, and then he served a term and a little bit more of a second term as mayor. In that time, he served with the city councilmen that had come to our home for dinner, been to several meetings, went to St. George for ULCT, met every Tuesday and argued half the time. We came to find out after my husband died, his son-in-law died in Iraq in 2003. And somehow that never came up. And I lamented not knowing that in Brett's lifetime and really felt badly that I hadn't known for his sweet daughter all these years later to say, I'm sorry you lost him nearly 20 years ago at the time. So the goal is to just start conversations. Family, city, USA, patriotism in America is almost a bad word. We've almost become so sensitive to not hurting someone's feelings that we forget that patriotism isn't arrogance. It's not supremacy. It should be awareness and gratitude. And so when you look at a project like this, compared to the cost of your new city building, $75,000 is a drop in the bucket. And it's one of the easiest things we've ever fundraised for. In fact, Box Elder County called me this morning and said, we'll give you $20,000 just to get it started. People want these, they love these. I haven't met anyone that says, no, let's not honor the families of the fallen. The granite itself is pricey. I don't know if you've buried anyone lately, but headstones are very expensive pieces of property. And this has those 4 giant granite slabs that are beautiful black granite, breathtaking, worth every penny. And then the site development really will come down to site costs. I mean, if you're digging it up in my backyard, you have to move the sprinklers and the sod and the playground. Well, that's more difficult than if you're already in the middle of construction. You just know you need 8 feet by 13. You do need some good strong footings because the thing is quite heavy because of the size and dimensions of that granite.
How tall is it? Is it?
It's 8 feet at the peak,
8 feet.
so it's man size. It does have a little bit of a lift there, you know, there's about an 18-inch base that it sits on. And you could probably just stand right there. It's life size.
And the point of the conversation today is really, like she said, we want this piece to be a conversation starter, but we want the conversation to start before this monument is installed in our city. And so one of the things that we're going to do, and I've heard Councilmember Spencer say this many times since I've only been here a month, but if you're not doing it, if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. And we want to make this fun for the community and for the residents. And so we are going to approach this as a communal effort with residents to fundraise for this monument. Working with Jenny Taylor, and I want to give her the opportunity to talk about her foundation, their role they play, and how they've worked with cities in the past.
So the role we have is just that first bullet. We become a nonprofit through whom people can donate if they'd like to write off their donation and for whatever their tax purposes are. I was a foundation I started this summer after my husband was killed. He would have turned 40 and I'd already planned his birthday party. And it felt really sad to not have that birthday party. So we held it anyway and started raising some scholarship money for BYU and the U where he had gone to school. That was 4.5 years ago and we haven't stopped since. So we've had a great opportunity to get out. I love the idea of making it fun, making it energetic. I love the idea of seeing patriotism come alive in people. We use the tagline, we want to ignite patriotism through service. We're not inventing it. We're not forcing it, just igniting it. It's there. It's just dormant in a lot of people. We're busy, we're divided, we're chaotic in today's world. And we find when we bring people together, when you get a civilian with a member of the military, if you get a survivor with a city government leader, when you get a business donor, a philanthropic person with a lot of money, with someone that's just down on their luck, when you bring those different people together, you've all of a sudden bridged all kinds of gaps. You're bridging generational gaps from one war to another, to a time of peace, to a time of conflict. And that's when you start to see that patriotism come alive. And then we kind of get out of the way and let those little patriots run and make their difference and their impact on our communities and our state and our nation. So we'd love to get involved. We help with the fundraising. Like I said, to date, it has not been hard to fundraise. There's a certain amount of money needed up front, of course, to get the grant ordered and get in line and get things going. But where you've already got the construction project happening, that helps almost dictate a timeline. You don't have to wonder when or when not to do it. You look with your contractors and see. And cities have had great luck reaching out to local businesses, but also local residents. Some will choose to do the little tiny paver stones on the ground that might be $50 or $100 or something. And it's easier to go get $10,000 somewhere. In fact, I think it was you, Councilmember McDonald, that told me it's easier to get one person to give me $10,000 than 1,000 people to give me $10. But in this opportunity, we probably want some of both. Because if those 1,000 people each give $10, they've each pitched in. They can honor someone, or they put their family name, they can show their children or their grandchildren. They helped, like an old-fashioned barn raising. They helped.
Like
bring it
our
to
park
pass.
here that had a lot of.
Together.
Yeah, people love to be a part of a good cause. Most people are just waiting for you to invite them to be part of that good cause.
My question is, does this qualify for any care funds? Could they get matching care funds from our allotment coming in?
We can certainly include whatever amount we think we could fundraise. Some type of money.
Yeah.
But I do think there's a lot said for the community. Money.
How much do you need up front to get going?
Oh, maybe 20 grand. I mean, to be honest, if we know we want to do it, what we've done in the past is we can sign an MOU with the city, between your city and our foundation, and then the Hershey Woody Williams Foundation is the nationwide organization that runs it. We can even front that first deposit. I'm confident we'll raise the money, and then we just determine how to best handle those payments. We've also held a beautiful groundbreaking ceremony. It's a great opportunity to invite the media and members of your community to come and see. People love a good shovel of dirt. And then the dedication, what we've done with most cities, and this happens nationwide, let's say you're gonna dedicate it on a Saturday morning or something. The Friday night before, you would invite the Gold Star families to a little more private reception, provide some kind of sponsored hors d'oeuvres or something. We give them a beautiful coin to commemorate the event. And then the Saturday dedication would be more open to the public. So some funding can be used for some of the celebratory means. The granite itself technically is a piece of rock you're buying, but the price does include chipping and installation, and they have some teams around the country that have come and done it. You are welcome to use a local monument company. I know some cities prefer to do it that way. When we priced it out with ours, the nationwide company that does it around the clock could just do it more cost efficient. But yes, if we want to get going, once we decide we want to get going, we are more than happy to say, hey, we will kind of prime that pot and get that money going. We're confident we'll raise it. We come up with some fun activities. I know you saw Summer Day, Summerfest. What is it in June? What do we do?
Yeah.
You know, those types of
Formerly
things.
known as Summerfest.
Yeah.
What do you call it now?
We don't know.
That's a great question.
Well, can I propose that we
Yes.
use the care funding to get the 20,000?
Oh, that'd be great.
And that's just easy like that. We
And you
put
prime the
common,
pump.
and then we just get fundraise. I think you won't have a hard time getting the rest, but
Okay.
I personally, I want to get this done tomorrow. I'm so excited.
The city's building not done yet.
Yeah, so Matt,
She wants to get the city building done tomorrow.
Usually it takes about
that would be
6 to
cool.
9 months
Couple
from
months.
order to go.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and so you can say, perfect. So the more time, the better. For example, we had, sometimes you cities are competitive. We were working with Sandy and South Jordan at the same time, and it was a race to see who got it first. We tried to stay out of the politics of city politics, but if you know, for example, that the city plaza is on an 18-month timeline or something, now would be the perfect time to get in line. Every one of these leads to 5 or 6 more, as you can see, around the country, and then the line just gets a little bit longer. And if we can raise the money quickly, then we go quickly. Yeah.
While we're in the process, I mean, I'm kind of envisioning like a beautiful flagpole and I mean, really make this thing best.
It's a great idea.
That it really is a patriotic center for families to come and remember.
Well, I think too, we have the Freedom Tree right out here. That's always lit in the Christmas time with the white
Lights.
so that could coincide with that, the flagpole, and go from there. So, I mean, I'm all for it. I think.
And oftentimes we've had great luck with, I think it was in one of your slides before, you need lights for the flagpole and lights for the monument. Well, surely you have an electrician in Orem City that wants to be a part of this project. And surely you have a concrete contractor that would love to provide the concrete. And that's how we're really able, I mean, the cost of the project is probably $150,000 if you're paying top dollar for everything. We've not yet needed to pay for much more than the actual hard.
But you see, like people putting in benches.
Yeah, yeah.
marble
And the more
benches,
they,
or-
yes, you can even get a couple matching granite benches if you want them, and they can be inscribed. I think the idea, if you've got more space, of making it a beautiful plaza is just that much more inviting. And you can involve that many more people or businesses or philanthropists when you live in a very good area. Again, we came from North Ogden where we have 19,000 total people and like 4 businesses. We pulled it off, so I think that you guys can probably do it in your sleep.
Yeah, and I love to see how passionate our mayor and council are about this. And I think that is reflected in the community here. And so I think this is going to be an easy project to fundraise for. And I think everyone's going to want to be involved, and we're going to make it, as Councilmember Lamson said, the best in the country. So we're looking forward to it.
We like the best. Thank you.
Any last questions or comments?
No, I think the council's very excited about it. I'm excited about the community being involved as possible because I think it's a great project. So
I think the next.
I think we're probably all in. Figure out
Sure.
how to make it happen.
Let's
So you're only made a sign, he'll sign right now.
I got it. I think
You're right, the first check.
yeah, perfect. A good step might be. A good step
Or
might be
please.
to invite a couple of the Gold Star families in your community, and maybe we form just a small committee that helps plan some of those logistics. There's not really a lot of planning that needs to be done when the city is so supportive. When you've already said, hey, here's an idea for land, hey, here's some idea for money, hey, we've got the energy behind it. But if you bring in maybe maybe appoint a council member or two, a staff member or two, and a couple of Gold Star families that are right here in your community, and then I can come down and kind of sit on that, help steer that committee. And then they have that piece of ownership. They tend to know each other and get the other, their peers from the military surviving world involved. And one last note, I mentioned at the beginning that Gold Star might mean killed in action, in the line of duty, overseas, in a war. There's all kinds of national definitions and conversations that sometimes cause hurt feelings among survivors who might not have died in such a blaze of glory or a public way. What I love about this organization with the Woody Williams Foundation, when they say Gold Star, they mean anyone that ever wore the uniform and died anyway, anywhere. It's not a matter of which death was more glorious or more grievous or more sudden or more drawn out. And so it really does just open the arms to all military families. We've had some come from as far back as World War II and Vietnam. That one sweet widow from Vietnam, she just was in such tears when we dedicated the North Ogden Monument. Ironically, her husband died 49 years to the day before mine did. And she said she felt this was the first time she felt her family was recognized for their service, an entire generation that hadn't been. And so in addition to that, you bring the grandchildren of those who died a long time ago, or we had a nephew of someone whose remains were about to be repatriated back to the States after Korean conflict. So anyway, I think you'll find it opens wonderful doors and starts beautiful conversations far beyond this most recent war, and will really be something that welcomes military families of all backgrounds to feel honored and included. So,
And I just want to thank you, Jenny, for coming today, and
it's great to be here. It's great to be here. I might drive back by my own house on my way out.
To say as well. She mentioned when I started our family in the same neighborhood as Brian and Jenny. They would even back immediately always been wonderful examples of what true service first. So I'm excited that you as mayor and council are excited. You believe that our Orem community No, we're okay. We're all fucking ready to go. We still sharing a lot.
Yeah, we're in the summer fest, people. This is happy time now. Come on. We'll get stuff together. Hey, Steve.
How's it going?
We're doing well, thanks. Bren, are you waiting for us? Ready for us? We can wait.
You wanna grab one food?
It's only recorded. We're gonna eat. Yeah, eat. We have to eat.
Yes, that's a good idea. Let's go ahead and take a minute to get reorganized and come back to the presentation. So need a volunteer to bless the food. Yes, that's good.
Heavenly Father, we're thankful for this opportunity to be this evening. I pray this food that will nourish and strengthen us. I pray that it's guided and us. Things we say and do, decisions we make, that those that will bless the city of Orem. Grateful for the opportunity we have to serve. We say the same, I serve Jesus Christ.
Amen. What do we have, Brad?
Any big
Turkey, ham. What do we give that? What do we give that? So yeah. Right. Yeah.
Gosh, how should email got me there?
Yes, there is.
Right back. I don't know.
Yes.
Well, it's, you know, think about, they're all, and they are all, like,
Is out.
yeah, they did. Yeah. I have never seen more classy, high-end, basement bus. I didn't have time to look.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still in awe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I don't think. Maybe you already know. Your concern is, I mean, I mean, boss versus total.
But, you know.
No, I just.
Not all stress, one of the most. Shut down. Because the way we. Dude, I'm ready. So I've had I don't think it's ever possible. I think you got 2,000 to use it. Yeah, start writing identities, create numbers. They use good quality. Might be doing it. I warrant something out there. It's another movie. Oh, you heard it. Like it doesn't look good. I was waiting for somebody to get that. I like it when they make mistakes.
Oh, yeah. I called it. Like literally 5 seconds, like we made a mistake. I called it. Oh. Yeah. It's been next year. They do pretty well though. Yeah. I said you. So here's a. Seven, one, seven. Sit back. Yeah. Just. Thought that was. I was playing. Sorry. Yeah, let's go ahead and restart. If you'd like to tell us what you've got on this, this summer fest.
Thanks, Mayor. Summerfest is dead.
Why?
Debbie, where do you? Hey, bummer, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, nobody in Milwaukee anymore. They've had it for 55 years. Sorry, Brent, you probably don't remember that. Been in Milwaukee.
I just drove by Summerfest venue last week.
It's all music and they got some good acts going there. I don't want to belabor the point there. And this is, you know what? It's a blessing in disguise. It's a good thing. It's going to help the whole family, USA, city, USA, you know, it's going to help with that. You know, because we have to change. And we have ideas on how we're going to change here. Debbie, it's not dead. We carry on.
I know, that's my council sign.
I know that. I've done all my homework on you.
Okay,
I'm going to pick on you today.
fine.
Yes.
So we get through, they can sue Debbie.
That's fine, as long as he represents me.
Not ready yet. What, before we pass up, we're gonna show you what you ought to do in our professional opinion.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna hear opinions, but we're not gonna vote with 20 people.
So we talked about names. We've had a few meetings on, you know, what we're gonna go with. And there's a few that came up that really stood out. And the one that we feel confident in is Orem Fest. Sort of like Summerfest, right? Brings out the tongue, it's pretty short, it's memorable. And as much as we'd like to throw family in there, just too many F words. Okay. I worked on that one, guys. I worked on that joke. Okay, no, but for real, it is a mouthful. Orem Family Fest is just, it's a mouthful. So,
But family's not taken out of it.
But it's not.
And we gotta keep that branding going. Remember, we put your logo.
Here's the thing, you don't want to be trite and overbearing. Certain things should be more subtle, and throwing the tagline on there and throwing the slogan on there is a perfect way to subtly show it. And then in our marketing, when you do want to market it, you know, it's self-explanatory. I mean, when you see pictures of families frolicking in the, you know, in the pool, it's evident that it's a family event, right?
are you opposed, cause my kids call Orem O-Town, right? So it's gonna be O-Fest event.
I love it.
You.
And see, and that could be a work off of the marketing campaign for the kids who wanna wear those cool shirts.
Okay, you're talking like Federal Express now, because Federal Express didn't start out as FedEx. It happened that way. I don't know if they may morph into that.
No, my kids will do it, they call this O-Town.
Oh, what?
My
No,
children call
nobody-
Orem
nobody else calls it
O-Town.
You even live in the city of Orem?
I do.
Nobody calls it.
I'm telling you, they call it, they write it in their letters, they call it O-Town, and it's fine. You think O-Fest is gonna be here. I'm just saying, it's gonna eventually evolve to an O-Town.
But you understand the shorter,
What?
that you're demonstrating that shorter is simplicity seems to be more better than having it
Well, as long
longer.
as there's no negative with an O-Fest, I don't mind.
Yeah. And in terms of application, when you start getting longer names and more syllables, it becomes a nightmare in design. So keep that in mind. So if you want to hand out,
Okay, so here's the rule. I'm gonna hand out, no PowerPoint presentation. This is something for you to take home. Mayor, we'll follow your direction on where you want to go with these that are on. If you can just look at the top sheet only, if you tear through the paper, I have eyes.
so here's the thing, before you hand that out, design, not everybody likes the color blue, right? And this meeting is not for you guys to shout and say, I hate blue, we're not going with blue. It's to show that what could be possible going forward, right? If we need to change certain things, certain iconography, certain looks, we can do that. But keep that to yourself. I'm just kidding. If you, obviously it's clear.
No, we do want to put it in a minute, but let's start with the top sheet, right?
Yeah, the top sheet that you're seeing right now, after it's handed out, because I don't want people who don't see it.
There's even some for the viewing crowd.
And again, the name, Orem Fest, right? There's so many different ways you can do it. You could do Orem, capital O, space, capital F. But really, Orem Fest should be like Summer Fest, Brent.
So if I can just introduce Peter to.
Oh, I thought I made the damn logo. What are you talking about? Oh, sorry. That logo, right?
I love that they've come in and grabbed our attention. But Peter and Jacob are the ones who helped us create our Orem logo and then our update with the Orem Family City USA logo. And so then we went back to them on let's name and brand our City Day celebration. We made them aware, we made you as a council aware, like Council Tree, that Summerfest itself was being trademarked and that trademark owners were then going around serving everyone notice and use that out there. So let's a little bit about why and who.
I've been in business since 1984. He's been with me for 15 years. Of all the projects that I do over the years, this is the biggest one. This is the hardest one. Because we're like choosing a wife. I mean, how do you do that? Everybody's got an opinion.
Wanna be like,
Thanks, Mayor. I did do that.
they've got it figured out.
No, it worked. All right, everything's fine. I guess I picked that like. So here we are. Let's talk about page one, then we'll look at the other pages.
I chose this typeface purely for nostalgic vibes. Right now, this typeface is really big amongst the younger crowd in terms of nostalgia and retroness. So again, if you go to the next page, if you want to flip there briefly, I did give it. Oh, not the next page. Page 2. Page 3.
Okay, page 3 is when you show the other font.
That's the other font. Here's your more corporate, probably a little more classic that probably could last a little bit longer. It's relevant to your current logo in terms of its sans serifness. And honestly, as much as I want to decide the logo today, I really want to decide the name. I want to decide that going forward because, you know, every 5 to 10 years, you may be updating this to stick with the trend anyways. So I know everybody was going to have a huge opinion on that, but the name is really important. And Steve, sorry, you're eating, you got food in your mouth. What is some concern you have with actually using Orem Family Fest in the name legal wise?
Well, we did do a little search to see if anybody had trademarked the term family best, and because it turns out somebody has. So as I understand it, there are some other communities to be taught that do use the term family best as part of their celebrations. And we could do that too, you know, and as long as nobody challenges you, you can do it. I mean, we basically have done that with Summerfest the last 50 years, but you just never know. At some point, somebody might decide to challenge you until you no longer use it. So I think there may be some value in trying to stay away from that term if we can, just because there is that potential out there.
Thanks, Steve. Can you turn to page 5 and look what it looks like when you spell out the word? Orem Family Fest, Family City USA. Last page? The last page. The local.
Brandon, sorry. A lot of family.
I'm sorry, you sent me that thing about yesterday. 21 was one of the changes you wanted to see. Hopefully I got that in there for you. So
We'll get to that symbol in a minute, but look, I mean, it's pretty big.
yeah, it's pretty long. And when I say application, if you go back to page, I don't know, page 2, the longer it gets horizontally, the more difficult it is to design that. We're gonna have to start breaking it apart, and when we start breaking it apart, it's no longer one word, right? It's Orem Fest, and we're stacking it. Right? And so my goal is to stick and be, you know, having Orem Fest as one word continually, right? Not to break that up. So
on your first page, you got a bigger O.
I do, yeah. So
this one, you just got a block of all the same size.
yeah. So again, yeah, and the first page.
Stand out the O.
Say that again.
Would you want the O to stand out on?
We totally can. The reason why I did the lowercase was because usually when you do lowercase, people are, it's softer, it's more approachable, it's more family friendly, right? It's almost more kid-like, if you want to say.
But that's okay.
Well, I mean, like, here, let me give you one. So if I capitalize Orem Fest, it's yelling at you, right? It's yelling at you, and it's like, come here. Whereas this is like, it's soft, and it's. But again, it's boring. That's why I'm advocating for version 18. It's corporate, and I don't like it either. I hate it.
But it has personality.
No.
If the O was a little bigger than that.
Well, capitalization, yeah. So, but again, I'm with you. Version 18 is what we should go with, from my professional opinion. But I'm not making a decision. So you hit it on the head though. Like your first gut reaction is probably the most correct. If you feel like it's boring and, you know. But again, and honestly, the last thing I want to do is set up a committee right now with 20 people making a decision. We're never going to get it done. So whoever wants to decide on who's making this decision, you can set that committee up and we can go from there.
So at that point, so we are working back from deadlines in terms of when it's going to plans. So that
June's around.
This is it before you today. We wanted to report back, so it came up in the read, and make you aware of sort of new concerns related to a new potential trademark issue. But at the same time, we wanted to be connected with our new Orem Families US.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to highlight as well. So throwing the tagline on there really just comes full circle with your current tagline that you have now. It's an easy transition. So.
And I do know that the Summerfest committee will be very passionate about it, at least having some input of what they like.
Oh, absolutely.
And we meet tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, I want to emphasize, like, we're moving away from Summerfest. Legally, we can't do anymore. Let's figure out what the name we're going to be doing, how it's going to look on paper. Yeah, go ahead.
I think you're selling past the close. I'm fine with version 18. I said, I think you're selling past the close. I'm fine with version 18.
Oh, great.
My only
But
concern
I mean,
is,
I've got other people talking too, so I just want to make sure we get there.
so this one, you know for sure this is a firework, right, on this one?
Yeah.
Version. No, this one, you think it's a firework.
Yeah,
Can we get something in between where we,
possibly. So here's my hesitation on 21. One, it's very faint, right? Application wise, could you imagine trying to embroider that on
No,
somebody's
that
shirt?
would be good.
That's why I added the thicker one in terms of application.
But see, I'm wondering what the little star in the circle,
So-
why not make that a little bigger?
So here's the thing. There's trite and there's sort of being subtle, right? And if you want to find a mix of that, we totally can. The star represents nighttime fun. The circle could represent, you know, beach ball, whatever. It really is, we're going down to like somebody's personal preference on what you like. And if we want to go down that road in terms of maybe emphasizing the firework, we totally can, for sure.
That is the culmination of our.
Yeah, well, you should have seen my first one I did. I had like a music note. People were like, this isn't a music thing. I'm like, whatever, you got like 4 music things here. So it really is like, what do we want to emphasize? It sounds to me like one night of fireworks over a culmination of activities and that.
Well, I haven't talked to the committee at all.
Yeah. Just
But
keep
what
that in
I'm
mind.
saying is,
Implies that,
Yeah,
it's all the same.
yeah, and again, when, and I don't know what kind of marketing you're gonna do, but I mean, when you look at the first page, what are you seeing? Are you seeing, this is not a festival? Up there, dude, like, it's a festival, right? You see food, you see swimming and. Yeah.
is that a firework?
Yeah.
That was not my question, I knew exactly your, my question is this something new that was not on? the
Yes.
list before?
Yes.
Okay.
Before, Peter W. over here took, he did a really good job of making the firework. I'm just, you guys are paying me to do something, so I'm gonna do something, right? Like.
Just a comment, I love the V18, I like the fact that if it doesn't have a bunch of other stuff on it, that's a shirt you can wear throughout the year. Versus,
Yeah.
Summerfest is kind of 1 week, I'll wear that shirt all the time.
Yeah, and I want it to be, it's gotta be a balance between corporate iconography and trite clip artness. I'm not gonna throw a clip art of a, you know, it's too block, like this is an original logo that I've spent time in, that I feel like, you know, will differentiate yourself from other, you know, festivals, so, yeah, go ahead.
Not to be critical, but
Oh, you're not gonna be critical, you already were, yeah.
what's the deal with the squirrely O? I mean, are we trying to be consistent with our regular logo?
No, you need to contract your logo, and, yeah.
It's kind of an old school retro.
It's an end school, and you honestly,
Like an old grandpa with his kids.
sure, and it could be a
saw that?
swirly ice cream, like it's art, right?
It's Brady Bunch,
Family matters. It's literally family matter. I probably, if you go look at their logo right now, it's probably Family Matters. And if that is not Family USA, I don't know what it is.
I'm more on the rec side. I was thinking of those big suck.
So I could be talked into the firework.
Yeah.
But, explore it more. Just me looking more like a palm tree.
Okay. Yeah, so.
And it seems like it needs to look more like a firework.
Like version 21.
Well, I think version 21, right idea, but I think that's probably not working because of the reasons we talked about. But if you.
So it sounds like my style of that firework needs to maybe.
That's why I said somewhere between this one and this one.
Okay.
Good catch.
That's totally fine, and we can make notes of that. I mean, I'm making mental notes as we speak,
Oh,
but.
that's good. Maybe if you took the tail off of that firework, it makes that just another,
Just like a boom in the thing, possibly, yeah, for sure.
Oh, there's good suggestions.
For sure. Any other suggestions for observations?
Can we send your suggestions from our committee tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, yeah, Debbie, if you'd like, I'll send you a PDF of this so you can share with your friends if you'd like.
Send it to Bryce, he's the committee,
Hey, Bryce,
chair, what do you call it? Staff.
you have my email already, Bryce?
I think you know this.
No, this has been confidential all day long.
I really do appreciate feedback because your gut reactions are probably correct, right? Not everybody's gonna agree that, you know, the swirly is bad or good or whatnot, but at least we can agree that we're going in the right direction in terms of name and, you know, application, so.
Good job.
So with that said, thank you.
Good input.
Hopefully we can move forward with family,
Yeah.
Orem Fest, we'll go.
By the way, O-Town Ogden has,
Wait, there's O-Town Ogden?
yeah, they have it copyrighted.
Ooh, they do not.
Just messing with you.
I'm telling you, that's how my kids refer to
Yeah.
them.
So here's the thing, I love that idea as a supplement to the current logo. Like throwing O-Town on shirts, all you do is keep it up, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, like, and it, yeah, so.
Just not an idea, that makes it, yeah.
So anyways, if I'm done with my presentation, is there any other questions you have or comments?
Thank you, and I think the blue is great, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's.
And don't put that picture on there.
Hey, we're gonna, the young, go for it, that's okay. You don't like the young?
No, the girl with the like with this.
What would you like to see?
Not that.
You wanna see some big man with pile over his face?
Well, is that more accurate? We'll get to that point later on. Today, we only have the goal today.
Well, my question is that even down the road, are we gonna be marketing? How are we gonna be marketing it? So that is something we'll.
I don't want to go down that road right now. We've tossed a lot today. This is good. Great. We're on the right path now. And we're gonna do some, here's our takeaway. We're gonna go back and make the, look like a firework. And we're gonna wait for you tomorrow before we do anything.
Yeah, let's
So you can
advice.
start, I'm just saying, I know this committee is these are very passionate volunteers. And they're gonna want a say or give them a couple of choices,
Good.
and then we can say,
Could you do me a favor and send that logo only, version 18 to them, and say, tell me your gut reaction, what do you think, what do you hate, what do you like? Without saying, what do you think of this stupid, you know what I mean?
right, I'm certain, you can print that one off for us?
Yeah, we just connected. I did invite all of them to watch the last 20 minutes.
Oh, great.
So they'll have some general,
Perfect.
but I think, yeah, we'll present version 18 and solicit feedback off that.
Great, we'll work from there. So
That's what they're thinking about.
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Just a big old corona, you need a little more on the face.
That's not good.
Even though it's a difficult subject that there's always a bunch of themes on, Peter and Jacob have done a great job of
We love
getting us to a.
No, and you know what? Hey, you don't should be 18 now, but we've been going through a lot with everybody that's helping.
We do a like an eating contest, don't we?
Yes, we do.
What kind of eating contest?
Hot dog and pie,
Is it?
hot dogs and pie.
That's why you don't like it. I gotta put a big, you know.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question, if you would be willing, we have different events, and it's nice to have this with an event.
For sure.
Oh, so you want-
And as he does his magazine, it'd be nice to have a Orem Fest and then have some sort of stylized that would keep the event, the grand parade.
Just
you know,
a
the grand-
consistency with the logo.
Yeah. Across the day, yeah.
It's, and part of this, in the end, we're gonna give you kind of like a style guide, like, this is how you use a logo, and here you can't use a logo this way. For example, you're not allowed to change the color, and things like that, so.
But he puts together the main magazine, which will be going out to all residents.
We will help them.
So it needs, I like the idea of having the, like you said, the brand, the color. I mean, if you want to change a color for a contest, that's fine. But he's the guy you're gonna have to help.
That consistency throughout.
Yeah, across
Yeah.
the magazine.
Absolutely. I look forward to hearing from you guys.
You can need a list of our events.
Right.
Here, right?
I actually, I went to mine and I thought I saw this. Are they, is that updated if I go to the summer?
Yeah. He's a feature guy, he knows what's
Okay.
been up there.
Let's work on the logo and we can work on the. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Scott, I don't be your line.
That's gonna be digital.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't want to visit it.
Yeah, I can, or is it me? Can you guys hear me okay? Hello? Bren, can you guys hear me? Is my connection coming through?
Blake, can you hear us now?
You hear me?
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, we got you.
Now I can, yes, now I can hear you. You guys can hear me okay? Is my connection coming through?
Yeah, it's a little shaky, but we
I
can hear
can't,
you.
I,
A little delayed too.
okay, I can't see your connection or anything or presentation, but I now can hear you. Yes.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, we got you.
Now I can,
Yes.
Can you-
Now I can hear you. You guys can hear me okay?
Okay, it's really muffled, you guys. I'm trying to do what I can here.
I can't see your connection or anything or presentation, but I now can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me?
Then
Can you, now I can hear you.
I have a horrible connection. I'm sorry, you guys.
I can't see your connection or anything or presentation. Can hear me?
Well, and I can walk through the presence. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I have a horrible connection. I'm sorry, you guys.
Yeah, there's a huge delay.
If we schedule it when you come down.
Can you hear me? Well, and I can
We-
walk through the presence too. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You guys, there's like a full minute delay.
Yeah, there's a huge delay.
We haven't called.
He's coming.
Can you hear me? Well, I can hear you. You guys, there's like a full minute delay. Yeah, there's a huge delay.
So we can share essentially these slides with you, Mayor and Council, and of course, we can schedule additional time with Blake at a later date.
Each one of them, if they have any question, but this is something that should be exciting. I mean, it's a pilot, it's something we're excited about.
Who doesn't get excited?
Unfortunately, I apologize, the connection's just horrible, and I keep it up in the next council meeting. They just want to reach out to me.
So I think at this point, we just wanted to give you a heads up. The waste management has chosen to Orem be the front runner pilot this new ability that waste management has to recycle essentially film or additional plastics that they weren't able to recycle. They didn't have the technology to recycle in the past. So as we start to roll this out and start to educate our citizens, this is now a possibility. We of course want you as the council to be aware and make sure there weren't any initial questions or concerns about the idea of doing this. So Blake, do you want to at this point just give us the 3-minute version of what the program is and what the timing might look like, and maybe some initial feedback.
Can everybody hear me through this, Brent?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so first and foremost, this is exciting. What we were finding is there was an abundance of contamination coming through our recycle stream, and it was greatly made up of plastic film and plastic bags. So rather than, we fought this, you've heard me say it a million times at council meetings that, hey, this is the biggest contaminant. We purchased technology and we have put this into process. It's now on our equipment where we have found an outlet for this material. In doing so, you still won't be able to bag your recyclables. That's still going to be probably the largest hurdle to overcome, but you'll be able to recycle plastic bags, plastic film. We're putting it in pilot phase, and since Orem has always been an early adopter of this, we thought it'd be a perfect test trial to do it with you for the next 90 days, try it, evaluate it, see how that comes in, and be able to say, hey, this was a huge success, or let's go back to the drawing board on this. So that's really kind of high level of what we're looking at for the plastic film, plastic bag. Is that's one of the number one contaminants that's coming through in our earth and that we're seeing in our streams. We're very excited about this. We're excited to have you as a pilot. This is something that everybody should be excited about. And, you know, it really, we see this as a revolutionary change as we know it when it relates to recycling.
So,
that's kind of high level.
Blake, yeah, that's really high level. Can you tell us just what this means in terms of how it works functionally for the community?
Yeah, so what it will be, you're not going to change a whole lot. We're just going to ask when we roll it out. We haven't yet. We'll notify everybody, but we'll essentially let them know that, hey, plastic film and plastic bags, you know, educate, send out a postcard. These are now acceptable items, and we'll do communication on the front end, and then we'll prove the concept at the back end of what that looks like, and what the success looks like to the end user.
Well, when you say acceptable, you can put them in the recycle bin, those two things. You just put them there. Special you have.
Just it would be like, let's say cardboard wasn't accepted. Now we're saying, hey, cardboard is accepted. In this case, plastic bags and plastic film haven't been accepted. Now we're saying, hey, put it in. Let's have that as another commodity in your stream.
Okay.
Blake, Tom McDonald here.
Not going full scale on this is because, as you know, it's very difficult to take something out versus put something in. That's why we want to try this, prove the concept, and then do a full-blown campaign once we prove that concept.
Blake, this is Tom McDonald.
Yeah.
Question for you. So my wife currently takes the plastic bag back to a grocery store. Now we throw them in the recycling bin. Is that what you're saying?
You can, correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you can bring them over.
We take the fire.
Yeah, we're talking.
So like this is Debbie. So say you get like a case of water, plastic around that case can now go into the recycle. I'm thinking of things that they wrap in plastic, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Essentially, any plastic film, that's what we're now looking for. Plastic film, plastic bag. We've partnered with a very large organization that wants this material, and really what we're seeing is how clean is this material coming through and what does that sale look like, and that's what we're doing. And if council member or anybody would like to see it, we just put the technology, it is up and running. You're welcome. I can do a tour of it as well. It's quite impressive how it's done. I know all of you have seen them, or most of you have seen them. You remember seeing the plastic bag tree and the wheel getting caught with plastic bag. That's now being processed, and it's very, very exciting.
Will it affect the cost at all?
It won't affect the cost. We believe there may be incentive down the road, but they won't affect the cost positive or negative at this juncture. But down the road, that is to be determined.
All right, any other questions?
When are we supposed to start?
Let us know. So we'll follow this up then, Blake, with sharing this presentation material, and then as soon as you have timing sort of nailed down, then let us know, and we can pass the timing aspect of this along to our council as well.
You got it. I apologize about the technology. I greatly wanted to be there in person. I never miss a great time at Orem, and I was so bummed I at least got to hear all about Summerfest. So and yes, in the next week we'll have timing on all that. If anybody has any direct issue, concern, question, you all have my contact information. Please pass that along. And yeah, this is really exciting and excited to have a Orem and staff pilot. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
Take care.
Right. Moving on, we'll just kind of run through the agenda here. We have 8 city council members that are doing a report on their committees. Yep. Okay. Run through the agenda. Start at 6 p.m. Call to order. Invocation. Inspirational thought. We've got Troop 2020B and 2020B. So we've got the scouts. You did?
It's my turn.
Yeah. But it worked out.
It was my turn.
Fine. Okay, that's great. It should be your turn. Anyway, if you get the names of these people.
Oh, no, he wants the names, not proof that you got the names.
I get it.
Oh, I need a picture of this.
If somebody can give me the names before the meeting, that'd be great.
I can text it to you.
What is that? Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Since it's your turn and all. Okay.
How does it say it on the list? Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
it says it was Terry Peterson.
No.
You're right.
Okay. All the people on the call now. Item number 4. Mayor's report, item by the council. Item 4.1, Beautification Commission Annual Report. And then we'll move to personal appearances. And then we'll go to item number 6, consent items. We have item 6.1, resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement join the North Utah County Aquifer Council. We talked about that in a previous meeting. Item 6.2, resolution appointing Chris Tschirki to the North Point Solid Waste Special Service District Board of Directors. And item 6.3, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement with Utah County for the design and construction of Lakeview Parkway Project. And then that will take us to scheduled items. Item 7.1, the public hearing. I think we will see public comment on the community development block grant projected use of funds for fiscal year 23-24. Item 7.2, conditional permit. And this is approval of an AT&T telecommunications facility co-located on the field like at Orem High School. Item 7.3, another conditional use permit for another AT&T tower.
So we've seen more and more of these going up, you know, on banks, whatever. I'm like, what's the deal? I mean, do we have a limitation? Where?
A limitation on the number of them?
Yeah.
No, we don't.
So that was something to have a conversation about.
I mean, it's just like, seems like every week we have another tower going up on credit union and over here, and now it's at school. I mean,
The matter of coverage, it's part of it. There's so much different, and there's so many more cell phones that are coming. Or there are certain areas of the city that still don't have.
what, do we get a percentage of this, or what do we, does it help us?
No, it's just school. I mean, these two that are on tonight are both on school property, so the school gets. We generally, our ordinance requires, as a matter of priority, them to look at city property or secondarily school property, so that basically the lease fees they pay are for the benefit of the public as opposed to private.
Can the school just approve this, or do we have to approve?
We have to approve it. Well, let me back up. Actually, that's a great question because
at UVU, we don't have a say, right?
yeah, UVU we don't. So the school districts are different. We still have zoning control. So, but one thing I want to point out on these two polls we're hearing tonight, they're actually permitted uses up to 75 feet, which means they could just go in without the city council's approval at 75 feet. But they're coming before you tonight because they want to go up to 100. And to get up past 75 to 100 feet, they have to get a condition.
Purpose for that is they wanting to take a light that's on both football fields, Orem High School, and take that, the light is right about 7 feet. Or to get their pole on that there. So they're defining the pole, so they have a so the light will still be on the. So that's the additional.
That look funny, or have you seen what a mock-up would look
So
like?
Orem High School and Orem High School has one. Timpanogos has a tower that's next to the pool. So you look at, I think. So they're kind of a dual purpose, they're niche that they need for the lighting, but then also gets revenue at the tower and also serves the neighborhood. AT&T.
So theoretically, I think there is some advantage to letting them go from 75 to 100 feet. Again, theoretically, the better coverage, they're able to get better coverage typically the higher they are, which hopefully reduces the need for more towers other places, and also provides the ability for them to co-locate more than one provider on the same pole, which again, hopefully reduces the number of towers they have to put throughout the city.
So these towers, both of them, AT&T and the representative will be here, both will have the ability to co-locate one product. 100 feet, they'll be able to co-locate the lights. AT&T wants us to would eventually be able to follow it.
They follow it, like.
Meaning it's
Yeah, so that co-locating, you usually have a primary provider, it's like they're usually at the top, and then they co-locate another provider, a different provider, so they're
they pay them the fee and
call those co-locators.
And is this about 5G as far as?
I think it's more just coverage. 5G is AT&T handle there, but typically we see them along State Street and other places down the lake. Cylinders on front of
So we can talk about that. Item 7.4. Amending portions of 7.3-6.10 miscellaneous regulations for residential zones pertaining to parking, storage, trucks, trailers, and RVs.
What we're having mayors and council is ability, this will allow the ability for someone, you still have to have a paved driveway side of your house. Right now we're requiring for the cost of we're having a lot of information.
Just a driveway have to be off the street, or?
So the driveway would have to be accessed to your currently paved driveway. So you could drive into the driveway and you're off onto the driveway. That's what the.
And then item 7.5, amending the current fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. Brandon will present that.
It'll be almost as long as the work session item.
We have that last week, I'm gonna leave.
You get credit for that one. And then item 7.6, an ordinance proposed board amendment creating the management service department. Did you get that all worked out?
I think so, yeah. We talked about this, I think, the last work sessions. So creating a new department, management services, obviously, that involves reorganization, restructuring some of the city administration, which we think will result in some efficiencies and some cost savings.
Okay, so this is the big picture as far as the details down.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically, it just basically creates this department and indicates the different divisions that are located under management services.
That's Carrie's, right? Okay, thank you.
So are we adding a new department?
Well, it's kind of a restructuring, if you will. You could say we are sort of adding a new department, but at the same time, it's kind of in conjunction with eliminations of other positions like deputy city manager. So it's kind of the management services director will take over a lot of the responsibilities previously handled by the deputy city manager. So it actually, Brandon, you were probably about to say this, but it does result in a reduction of executive level employees. So it's kind of reducing the higher level employees, if you will, and making it a little bit less top heavy in the city management.
Like you're talking, city manager level, less vertical.
Yeah.
More wide. So that way there are cost savings and savings.
Steve, did you get any more pushback from last council meeting, this library, your definition of?
No, nothing.
So no one's challenged your interpretation of
No.
the taxation.
Okay. All right, last we've got communication items, city manager information items. Any questions about me tonight?
I do. Mayor, in January of 2022, we appointed Jesse for a 6-month contract. In July, we extended that for 6 months, and we haven't acted on that again. I'm assuming he's here, he's still employed, but his contract ended according to our minutes, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I have to look at that, where that's at. I mean, we talked about different things, of flipping it from a contract with that will employee.
I think he's an employee, but he had a 6-month time frame, and we passed that.
Right, initially, and yeah, and so we will be looking at that, but we've actually talked about different options. We just haven't solidified them.
Okay, but he's operating right now outside of our.
No, he's still here.
I know he's here, but we only extended him through January of this year, and this is past January. Okay. So we don't have a board approval, a city approval for that.
Okay. So we'll work on that.
Okay.
May I make a point?
Yeah.
With 6 month contract by Utah law, in order to put a term in the agreement, it's certain ordinance proposed that prevents. So the term was never.
So we approved something we shouldn't have?
Yeah, just the term. That is the term. You can't have a term agreement unless you have an ordinance that prevents a term agreement. Right. And that's a decision you have to make, whether you want to make the position a term agreement.
And we've been talking about it. Okay, so. Okay, anything else? Okay, let's adjourn the city council. Thank you. Thanks.
And we can't start at 6, right? As it's stated at the talk.
Right now it's a very. I think that's been part of the discussion.
Yeah.
I didn't
I would also.
I don't think there's anything. I'm not stressing.
Test. Check. Oh my Test, test. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Ground running, look at you. I broke a lot. It is. You're on. When they call you up, you come up with these. Yeah, and if they've got your presentation, then they'll do it up for you. That's my brother-in-law, even if I even ran his training.
Oh, no, no.
No, I don't. I don't know.
My kids went to Windsor.
As did mine.
They did Spanish immersion at Windsor. That's why we lived where we did. Windsor was the one that had Spanish, so we moved so they could go there. That's exactly what we did. Why we chose our school and where we were gonna live.
Should be able to. Zoom. Muting and pinning and, yep.
Test, 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 test. Lene, can you hear us? Lene?
Yes, I can. Sounds great. Can you hear me?
We'd like to call this meeting to order. And we'd like to begin with our city council. First, we'll start out with an invocation and inspirational thought by Brighton Brighton Payne. And then Brighton will also do the Pledge of Allegiance. And then Dave, if you would like to introduce the scouts and what they're going to do.
So we have Callum Payne, Brighton Payne, Jonas Bowman, Connor Anderson, Aiden Lowe, and Peyton Whaley will be doing the pledge and the flag ceremony. So we'll invite Brighton up to, or I guess we have to do the prayer first and then go from there. So you can come on up.
Heavenly Father, we're thankful that we can be here and thankful for the gratitude and kindness for the community. And please bless that we can continue to show kindness and be grateful for our community and we can make wise choices in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Now we'll turn the time over to your troop to do the flag presentation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
And then once you're done, you can come back up to the front if you would, and we'll get a certificate and a photo opportunity with the mayor. Also want to thank the Scoutmasters that helped the boys out in getting their eagle. So you have Sean Trampine, I'm not sure. Scott Whalen, Lauren Lowe. So Whaley. So we appreciate your opportunity to serve here, and we appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we'll move into our scheduled items. We've got a mayor's report. Item 4.1. This is going to be our beautification commission. If they'd like to come up and give us their annual report.
You guys are looking really good in your blue shirts.
And Jared, if you would like to introduce all your members here.
Okay, so I'm Jared Goebel. I'm going to help kind of present our updates for this at this time.
Elaine Parker. Barb Cooper.
And Sean Aurelian.
Thank you.
I'm hoping you have our presentation.
I do want to draw attention that Jared Goebel is my brother-in-law. And so I appreciate his wonderful service and all the committee, but I'm especially proud of Jared.
We won't hold that against him. Okay.
So if the presentation is not up to par, is that a reflection on you?
Yeah.
No, I've
I'm
taught him
just
everything
kidding.
he knows. No.
Just kidding.
He's very detail oriented, so I'm sure it'll be fantastic.
So
I needed to embarrass him, but he's a wonderful man.
Yeah. Thank you for the embarrassment.
I think Pete's working on it.
Thank you. And I'm assuming you guys will see it up on your screens. Perfect. Have it on your. Who has it, Tyler? Oh, you got it. You have that? I hope not. It got bigger. And then grab it, Sean. Excellent. Start this switch. Let's go back. Perfect. All right. So again, this is our opportunity just to give you an update on our progress from last year and then our goals for this year. As always. Oh, you betcha. A little bit. Okay, so as always, one of our goals here is to help preserve and enhance the beauty of this beautiful city. So we're striving to do that through just efforts to promote more beauty here in the community. And we got a few different things we'll highlight on that. Be so kind. You met a few of us already. A few that were not here is Mark and Josh, and then we appreciate David Spencer's sponsorship as well for the commission. So a couple of our accomplishments from last year. This is from the Summerfest Parade. So we participated in that, and then we also use various media outlets. So Facebook, we use the newsletter to help get the word out to what's going on in at least the beautification community or commission. And it's just something we've been doing now for several years, I believe. If you'd be so kind, Sean. Some of the key things we do is we really try to raise awareness for those that are going above and beyond in the community. So we've got our residential beautification awards, which we do during the summer, and then during the holiday season is when we do our spirit awards. We'll highlight a few of those.
We might have mentioned this last year, but we're doing a different thing now where we hand out the signs and they get to keep them. So if someone from 2020 wants to put a sign out next year or this year to brag from the 2020, they get to keep it. Before we took the sign after a month. So this is a lot nicer for them.
This is just a map of how, as members of the commission, we divide and conquer so that everyone in the community gets an opportunity to be represented. And then we also do something for the businesses within the area. We'll highlight a couple from the residential awards. You're just going to see various pictures from different homes here in the city. I will say, as we've done this, this is my first year in doing it, and it's just amazing to see the looks on some of these people's faces when they get recognized, and they were just shocked that we went out of our way to do this. So it is welcomed. And then we should come up on our Spirit Awards here. I don't know. Do you want to comment on, Barb, from the business ones?
I went around to different businesses to find where they've kind of gone out of their way to make the front of their business really pretty.
I really like that. And then our Spirit Awards. So this typically starts right after Thanksgiving. We did this in December, so it just highlights some of the community spirit that was shown. So just some key pictures from those from this year. And then we will get to some of our goals here in just a moment. The one thing you're going to notice, we're not making a significant change in our goals. We believe that the prior emphasis hasn't really changed much. And so our goal again is to promote worthwhile practice, enhance the beauty of the city of Orem. And we're going to do that through these recognition awards. We're going to do that by helping the citizens become more aware of how to use water more wisely. So we partner up in those programs. And then our goal also is to continue to make Orem recognized as one of the Tree City USA designations. So that's part of what we do. So none of those things will change. And then just some of the other activities we do from a beautification perspective is participate, of course, in the Summer Fest, which we'll do this year, and then our continued promotion throughout. And so that's just a quick synopsis. I don't know if you guys have any feedback or questions of us.
I serve on the Natural Resources Committee, and I thought we were going to do a joint award for someone who uses kind of a xeriscape or a local scape and give them an award for the water-wise. Is that something that you want to do that with us still?
Yes, I think they talked about the next meeting.
Next year, okay.
We'll be talking
Okay, I think that's a good idea, especially with still being in a drought despite all of our snow. I think it would be good to have some people who convert those to low water, flip their strip, whatever it's called, so.
And also, as we give out awards this year for the yard awards, that's something that personally, I'm sure others are looking for. I'll be looking for that kind of too. And I might even include that in my decision to give someone an award if they're doing something like that that's attractive. So
will you still call it beautification, or will you actually have a different name for it?
I might just use the sign, but if it's significant to where it looks like a definite xeriscape and it applies to that, we might talk about it with the Natural Resource Commission. So
okay.
But we did highlight even a couple homes this past year with that.
I saw some businesses that had some nice rock with plants, and so it looked like that a lot of them had done that sort of technique. But
yep.
Okay, well, I think we'll definitely want to continue to work with you guys. I'll work with Councilman Spencer, make sure we make that happen.
I appreciate serving on this commission, and it's great to work with you. And the blue shirts are awesome. And I wore my blue shirt, but the wrong color. But appreciate your service. Thank you.
We appreciate the support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and all your good work. We appreciate it. Now we'll move to the personal appearances. There's usually something I read here telling you all to be nice, but it's not here, so just be nice. We've got a fairly short list tonight. We've got 6 people who would like to come up. I'll just go down the list. The first on the list is John Barrick.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time. I would like to thank the mayor, Terry Peterson, Dave Spencer, and Lene Millett for their support of Orem's schools. As you know, Alpine School District has announced the closure of several Orem schools. They lied to Orem voters. I'll explain that in a minute. It was clear to everyone that had eyes to see and ears to hear what school district was going to do to Orem schools. Yes, I'm talking to you, Tom McDonald. It was clear. ASD had 3 schools in the last 5 years, and they've announced the closure of 2 more and potentially a 3rd, with Aspen moving to potentially a magnet. It is unfortunate. I never wanted to come here and say I told you so, but I told you so. I take no pleasure in that statement. Alpine School District lied about seismic issues. They told the city of Orem in their first grammar request related to seismic issues that there were no seismic issues. And then when we asked for the specific reports from 2006 and 2022 through FEMA, they revealed seismic issues. And then they minimized the effects of the seismic issues. And now they're closing these schools because of, oh, wait, seismic issues. It's unbelievable. They lied. Alpine School District lied to the residents of Orem. Sissy Rasmussen, a founder of Stronger Together, in a Facebook response to me said, Stronger Together never promised that Alpine School District would not close Orem schools. I was just surprised how fast it happened. So was I. Brittany Lentz said in a Facebook post that our school's parents and staff went hard against Prop 2 because they told us there would be no school closures. ASD was disingenuous and Aspen parents felt betrayed and lied to. And they were lied to by Alpine School District. Jason Sundberg created the financial disinformation from Alpine School District regarding Orem's loss, which was a lie. It was fraudulent. He was promoted to the assistant business manager of Alpine School District. I'm not sure what his increase in compensation was, but I think it had something to do with 30 pieces of silver. Tonight, ASD is moving ahead with a $90 million bond, $154 million worth of interest through lease revenue bond. Orem's share will be over $30 million. Alpine School District lied to the citizens of Orem. I take no pleasure in that, but some of us told you so. Thank you for your support.
Blyden Lautensock.
I'm back. I'm here to make my voice heard tonight. I was an advocate, fought very hard for the new Orem School District, along with our good mayor and Dave and Lene and Terry. They were involved. They were out there pounding the pavement, trying to make this thing happen. And what I can say is that you 4 individuals told the truth. You did not lie. So here we are. After being lied to, remember this that was being handed out. We were lied to by the Alpine School District. We were lied to by PTA presidents. And we were lied, and I specifically was lied to by board member Ada Wilson. It's just reprehensible what was said and what was done. And so as was predicted, Sharon and Windsor, remember this part? Okay. And Sharon and Windsor elementary schools are being closed. And what else? Probably Lake Ridge and Orem Junior High School, probably Mountain View, and probably another 4 to 5 to 6 elementary schools as well. Why? That's the question. Why? Alpine School District is closing Orem schools. It's an easy agenda to follow here, folks. They're selling the land here in Orem, our city, using the money towards building other schools. Guess where? not here in Orem, outside of Orem, somewhere in Utah County. And this is exactly why Alpine School District fought so hard to prevent Orem from forming their own school district, so they can do exactly what they're doing now. And this was their agenda all along. This has been their agenda. And all we can say here to those who fought the idea of a new Orem school district, I echoed the same thing. We told you so. We knew this is where we were going to go. And as a result, here's what's going to happen. And having been a teacher, this is again reprehensible. Teachers are going to be reassigned to other schools or let go. Kids will be split up, placed in other schools, probably increased classroom sizes, which was one of the agendas that we were trying to prevent. Some local kids that are going to the schools are going to get bused, including the Title I kids, who now won't be able to be involved in their after-school programs. So they lose out. And so the big question here as I close is where we go from here. Hopefully our community's woken up. Hopefully some of the city councilors woken up. I'm grateful for those who were involved. And the answer, folks, is once again, a new Orem school district. That's where we need.
Stephanie White.
Step down because you're hurting families.
Wayne Young.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you. Let me take a minute. Come before you pretty distraught about what's happening with our students. Alpine School District is doing such a disservice to our residents and our children that it's hard to describe. The announcement of one of these schools. It was lined out and they willfully covered it up. When rumors came out, the one slide came out that they showed they were going to find the code of the schools. They said, oh, that wasn't supposed to be part of what we were disclosing. So they lied, they set us up, they covered it up in such a way that they should all be really ashamed of themselves, because that's not the way public servants should act. These closings will hurt our schools and our kids in ways, and their plans to sell the property, use the money to build schools miles away from Orem. That's a misappropriation of Orem taxpayer dollars. We've spent that money. We've given money once for these schools. Now, if we have, we've already had one school taken from us, so we had to buy that property back. And that, to me, is a criminal misappropriation of funds. And people need to be held accountable for that. These properties serve our communities in many ways. Orem needs to block the closings of these schools in any way possible and retain the properties for the use of Orem residents and not have to buy these properties back like it's already been done. Orem City should have multiple options to block this action, even if a lawsuit is warranted to keep the properties that Orem taxpayers have paid for. Alpine School District plays dirty by strategically lying to us, setting us up, using their secret combinations to act more like a property development company rather than a public service entity. And it's not serving our children by making them go to larger schools where it's proven that they do worse academically, especially when they're further away from home. I request that Orem City use these resources to protect its residents and especially its children. Thank you.
Michelle Lee.
We're missing some regulars in the audience tonight. Wonder why. We are saddened and disappointed, though not surprised in the least, that Alpine School District is doing exactly what they said they were going to do. They are continuing to close Orem schools. We knew they were planning on closing schools. They've been telling us that for years. Stacey Bateman from the school board even wrote on Facebook a couple weeks ago. She said, "I know these decisions seem rushed, but they have been years in the making. Why do you think they overbuilt Cascade and Centennial by so much? This has always been the plan. They will continue to decimate our city. ASD is claiming they are closing our schools because the bond didn't pass. This is an absolute lie. These Orem schools were never included on the bond. We know this. You can't change history. The only thing the $600 million bond would do for Orem is give us 2 unneeded multi-purpose rooms in 2 high schools. Ada Wilson said in her October 8th debate, there are 2 elementary schools in Orem that will need to be consolidated. This was weeks before the bond was massively rejected by voters. Try as they might, ASD and Stronger Together cannot rewrite the history of this. I wrote a press release from Alpine School District's own information from their own meeting alerting Orem citizens to the fact that they were planning on closing our schools. Alpine School District aided in defaming me and called it misinformation created to mislead or create fear among voters. In an article by KSL, it was reported that ASD said these schools unequivocally will not close. Now who's guilty of misinformation created to mislead? Not even 4 months later, they are closing the very schools I warned about in my press release. I want to sincerely thank the members of the City Council who stood up for Orem. They saw this coming. They knew because they paid attention to Alpine School District's own documentation, slideshows, bond presentation, study sessions, and by their own words, that Alpine School District was always planning on these closures. I would like to express extreme disappointment to the elected members of the City Council who did not stand up against this agenda and who vocally opposed Prop 2 and allowed this tragedy in our beautiful city. Oh, and tonight at the Alpine School District meeting, Sissy Rasmussen is getting an award for advocacy. Look what her advocacy did to Orem. Thank you.
West Parish.
Looks like everything's on the same topic. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. And I'm going to read directly from statements from Stronger Together. This has to do with the KSL press release. This is what the KSL press release said. Alpine School District announces 7 possible school closures in Orem. That's accurate. Then Alpine School District unequivocally says those 7 schools will not close. And then, I'm not reading everything. It is concerning members of the community in an official capacity publicly share misinformation to mislead or create fear among voters. No school closures were announced. Well, that's an accurate statement as well, because what was announced was possible closures. And you know what? We have had an Alpine School District Board meeting where they have voted to close 3 schools, Sharon, Windsor, and the only elementary school in, what's that city to the north of us? Linden. So the closure of all these schools will affect Orem school boundaries. And I'm not going to say who was lying. I think most citizens in Orem are smart enough to figure this out on their own, and I don't like to use that word. I'd like to encourage the Orem City Council to lodge a formal complaint with the Alpine School District over the closure of these schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to item number 6, the consent items. There's 3. I'll just read through these. We've got a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement to join the North Utah County Aquifer Council. Item 6.2, we've got a resolution appointing Chris Tschirki to the North Point Solid Waste Special Service District Board of Directors. Item 6.3, we've got a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement with Utah County for the design and construction of the Lakeview Parkway Project. Someone like to make a motion on these consent items?
I move we approve these consent items, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
We vote. Aye.
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 The consent
Aye.
items pass.
Oh, did you hear me, Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lene. Go ahead.
I vote aye on that.
Okay, thank you, Lene. I apologize. I didn't recognize that you were there, but out of town.
Well, we were having some
Appreciate your vote.
difficulties trying to connect me, so I think I'm connected now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move to the scheduled items. Item numbers on the 7 series. Item 7.1. We've got a public hearing. This year will receive public comment on the Community Development Block Grant, projected use of funds for fiscal year 2023 and 24. Ken Ranson and Kenna Matthews, if you'd like to come up and present to that. Are they here? Okay. So we want Steve Earl.
Just table this and forward it to the next.
We're just missing the presenters for item 7.1.
Yeah, Mayor, probably just makes sense to continue this item to the next meeting on March 28th.
Okay.
Sorry, I move we continue this item until March 28th.
Second.
Okay.
Aye.
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 Yes, Debbie.
We did meet with CDBG just at the end of February, and we do have several programs that they will be bringing. Many of these are public services, things like food pantries, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, things that you're familiar with. So I'm sure what they're going to do is present these, but the committee did meet, and it had mayors, and it had our wonderful Mr. Ransom and a few other people from Provo. And it was a very good, worthwhile evening, which I participated in. So I know that when they do present, I think you'll appreciate the great work that they've done, and it'll show these great services that will be benefiting our citizens.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Okay, we'll move to item 7.2. This is a conditional use permit. This is an approval of an AT&T communications facility co-located on a field light at the Orem High School, located at 175 South, 400 East in the R8 zone. And Jason Bench will present this to us.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight is the request. I've got the wrong presentation, sorry. Is a request, excuse me, by AT&T to locate a cell tower on one of the field lights at Orem High School. This is a picture, everybody can see that. So Orem High School, of course, is at that location. Let me point where they want. You can see the arrow on there. My pointer is not working. Anyway, they want to, there's existing one on the east side of the football field. They want to have one on the west side. As part of this application, Orem will be receiving a new snack shack. They will be tearing down the old one in connection with the build of this monopole and building a location where they can hold their equipment. And also as part of that will be a new snack shack for Orem High School. What they're proposing is a 100-foot tower. You can see the lights. The lights are at this location here. That's about a 75-foot height where the existing lights are. The antenna array will be at 100 feet. They do have a lightning rod that goes on top of that at another 5 feet. So the top of the lightning rod is 105. The top of the antennas will be 100 feet. And you can see the coverage area. This is the existing coverage area. The red is the areas that are not serviced well by AT&T at this particular location. And you can see if a tower is built at 56 feet, it does get some better coverage. At 100 feet where they're proposing, it does provide some better coverage with the green, indicating more area of coverage. You can see this is from 4th East. You can see the light pole that's highlighted there that will be replaced. This is from the other side. There is an existing tower there with an antenna with the lights you can see on that pole. So across the field, they're replacing this or this one with the antenna on top, with replacing the lights as well.
So they're going to replace the whole pole?
Replace the whole pole.
Because it can't stand the wind or something if you.
Correct.
Okay.
So wasn't designed originally for the arrays on top.
Okay.
Correct.
So Jason, if you can go back. So this pole that we've got the picture of right here, is that 75 feet or 100 feet?
So this is 100 feet. The lights themselves are around the 70 to 75 foot height limit or height.
Okay, and they're basically replicating this pole on the other side of the field?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So the new pole is being proposed basically northwest part of the end zone, and the other one would now be in this, or the old one's in the southeast part of the end zone. The new one would be in the northwest
Part of the field. Yep. North end. Yep. Right next to the new snack shack, I guess, and the stadium there. So just by way of ordinance, it does require a conditional use if it's over 75 feet. It does allow the council to approve a height of 110 feet. So that's why they're coming in with 100 feet in order to be able to co-locate with the lights and then put the antenna on top. So that's the purpose for that. And then it does, you can see the underlined word, upon the finding of the approving authority that the closer distance. So there is a 1,000-foot separation requirement in the ordinance right now for monopoles. But because this is within an area where they want to be able to take advantage of using a facility to do other things other than the monopole sticking out, they want the lights and the pole. So it's kind of consistent with what's you see at Timpanogos High School, you see at Mountain View as well, where they do have monopoles, but they're also facilitating lights for another purpose. So that's the purpose, I think, the reason behind part of that. The Planning Commission did make a recommendation that this be approved. Be glad to address any questions.
Mayor, if I may. I'm assuming that we're going to hear the exact same report for 7.3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So,
Same,
but
same
we're
applica-
voting on them separately, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Debbie?
Is there any concern from any of the neighbors of this extra 25 feet? Well, the one already has a 100-foot pole, so it's going to be about the same. Is there any concern whatsoever?
I don't recall there was any issues with the neighborhood meeting. No, we did require them to hold a neighborhood meeting. I don't recall any issues. I don't think there's anybody at the planning commission either that would
Okay,
voice the
so
concern.
there's not any concern in the neighborhood, it sounds like. Okay, thanks.
It is further, it's on the west side of the football field, so it's further away from any residents.
But
than
this
they-
is, but the normal standard is 1,000 feet. And this
Normal
is,
standard is 1,000 feet,
this
correct?
is 420 feet. So they want it to be significantly closer than.
So it'd be
what the
closer,
standard
but it
is.
also uses a dual purpose with adding the lights and then also a benefit of the school itself for getting revenue from a new pole as well.
Is there anything, it sounds like it's gonna be incorporated into the snack shack somehow? Like they're gonna be putting the electronics for the tower
So
in the
there'll be,
snack shack?
it's a longer, let me go back to if I can show you on this slide, it might be helpful. So you can see, if I outline it with my pointer, so this is the entire shelter. This front portion will be the snack shack. And there's a wall separating the equipment. And then the monopole sits right here. And the field is over here. So the
Have
pole,
they done testing, and are there any reports on having a snack shack and the food and all the employees working right next to all this highly powerful electronic equipment?
I'd have to defer to the applicant on that. I'm not aware. They did supply the information from the FA or FCC, I guess, requirements.
So Jason, were there any concerns from the planning commission?
There was not.
The-
It was a 7-0 vote on this item. There was concern about height. There was concern about proximity. I guess I should say that, but they ended up voting for the location.
Any other questions?
I believe the applicant is here if I'm.
Mayor, members. Basically, we've been working diligently with the planning and zoning department, and I'm just here to answer any questions that, to the best of my ability, if you have any.
Like I mentioned, my biggest question that I asked Jason, but
So with that, I can tell you that all AT&T installation adhere to applicable FCC and FAA regulations, as well as all local codes. And it's understood, if there's a concern, AT&T is prepared to supply documents requested by the city.
yeah, I mean, usually when they build these pole towers and these poles, they're kind of just wherever they are, in, 1,000 feet away from different things.
There's no concern with the shelter.
But this one, where you've got a snack shack and it's got a bunch of the equipment in there, and then you've got your kids and your food for your
Right.
snack shack right there together.
Sure.
It just seems like that requires more testing and more understanding.
Well, most of, or almost all shelters are on the ground and located within the different commercial buildings where people walk around. So the RF exposure concerns are from the antennas, not in this case or that there would be any directly in this case, but when people talk about exposure, it comes from antennas not the sheltered equipment.
Okay.
Those are just batteries.
So could you address what is stored here? Will this be backup equipment in case something, what's stored in this, behind this snack?
It's basically batteries for running the lines up the equipment up to the antennas for power.
So they're just dormant until they're plugged in or whatever, basically? There's no radiation coming out? I don't know. what the word is.
No, there's no radiation
Okay.
coming or anything like that coming out of the shelter.
Any other questions?
I have some, Mayor. Maybe I'll wait until 7.3.
Okay, are these two identical or are they just
They're
slightly
pretty much
different?
pretty close.
Same
to-
application. AT&T, they're obviously different high schools, but they're doing the same type of thing. Replacing a pole, putting the lights on and using it as a field light in connection with the antenna. So similar application, just a different location.
With the snack shack set up?
No snack shack on Timpanogos High School. It's on the east side of the football field next to the soccer, women's soccer area there. But it's, so there's not any connection with that. Orem High School has the snack shack. That one is just off by itself.
Okay. Terry? So what's the difference in between the two towers in the Timpanogos High School? How many feet?
On Timpanogos itself, it's about 250.
250 feet.
Roughly. I'd have to get the presentation, but yeah.
So the ordinance is 1,000 feet. Orem, they want to make it 420. Timpanogos is 200.
225.
225. Yeah, I have some comments about that, Mayor. Do you want me to share those now? Or first of all, Stephanie White, I share your pain. My wife went to Sharon Elementary, but kind of no one's proved to me that these aren't dangerous. I mean, I've read reports saying they are. I've read reports saying they're not. I know that the schools are very anxious to put up the towers because of money. You know, you get paid to have your towers there. And so if you drive around all the schools in Orem, we have a lot of towers. And I'm a little confused about coverage. If these are mostly for cell phones?
Correct.
I can drive to St. George and I don't see any towers and I'm on my phone the whole way. But in Orem, we have to have our towers 225 feet apart. So we have cell coverage.
So those are different carriers, just so you know. I mean, AT&T is not on the other pole.
Yeah. And there'll be more, you know, there's a lot of carriers, a lot of folks want to put stuff on the towers. They're sure ugly. You know, if you go walking through the city and you see these towers everywhere, instead of looking up and seeing Timp, you see the towers. But anyway, couple concerns. One is the schools are aggressively putting them there. Of course, it's a source of revenue for the schools. And then as we heard tonight, then they close the schools. So then they close the schools and sell the property. So they get the money from selling the property where the school is, and they're getting money from the towers. And I know the one at Hillcrest, that was a source of debate we had to have when Orem stepped up, bought the Hillcrest property, and now we're negotiating with the city, with the school about the tower. So anyway, I'm concerned about the district's attitude about closing schools. It was interesting. We heard about that press release and that the KSL had about the announcement about schools being closed. There's more, and other people talked about this time. There's more in the works, and according to the district, you know, the district saying, so it's not just the two. So if you have a junior high closed, if you have more elementary schools closed, we've had all these towers propping up where all the kids are, where I'm not even sure they're safe. So I have concerns about that. And I just question, I guess you'll put as many towers as we keep approving. So if we approve them 225 feet apart, why not stick one in the middle? Now you have them every 100 feet. You know, that's more revenue. So I just think we need to look after what's the best interest for the citizens of Orem. And if it used to be 1,000, now it's 400, now it's 220. I think it gets a point where it's just ridiculous, but it's a money grab by Alpine School District, since that's where most of our towers are. Let me just see if there's anything I missed that I just thought about. I'm concerned about the children. I'm concerned about safety. And I'm also concerned about the people that are supporting these towers and getting the revenue from the towers are the ones that are selling off property after they put the towers in our buildings, in our city. So that's my main concern, Mayor.
Thank you.
And I have a question.
Any other thoughts?
So I'm a little concerned about the distance here. I mean, this is to get better coverage throughout the city, right, for residents. So can you explain how far they need to be apart? I mean, I guess I'm a little confused now about distances, how this, the whole goal of this is that people have better cell coverage. Am I missing the point?
Well, you know, the standard was built in the city ordinance 1,000 feet back, even before I was here at the city. When cell phones first came out, we've, you know, discovered that they needed towers. And so the city came up with a standard of 1,000 feet back 25 plus years ago. So obviously the standards have changed over time, and maybe we need to look at that 1,000-foot separation. But part of it was just initial creation of the ordinance allowed a conditional use permit and other things to happen. But that 1,000 feet was something that was put in back then to separate those out. So yes, they could locate it somewhere else on Timpanogos property. I mean, they have a big campus. They have a big campus at Orem High School. in connection with Orem High School and Timpanogos. That's where they wanted to locate it because it serves a dual purpose in this instance. They have the light and then they have the tower, much like they have at Mountain View High School. So it serves, instead of having just a pole now 1,000 feet away, which they can meet the standard out over by the seminary building or over by wherever else, instead of having two towers on the property, now they're consolidated, a little more dual purpose of having a light. And by the way, it's also a cell tower. So that's the reasoning I think behind why they're doing it. I think that's why the schools want it there as well, because it doesn't stick out. Could they relocate it somewhere else on the campus? I'm sure they could. And I imagine AT&T be willing to do that. Same way with Timpanogos. So, I mean, there's a way to do it and meet the standard if that's what the council decides. This is just a way to allow that to be there, but also be a purposeful, eyesore or whatever you want to call it, with the lights on it as well. So that's, I think, the reason.
Well, maybe you can answer this. I'm sure you've figured out wherever you put it, how far it's going to radiate for your customers, right?
Well, if you refer back to the RF map, you'll be able to see what the distance is and how much further out it covers. I just wanted to add also that this site was driven by the demand of the community by an increasing number of complaints to AT&T for lack of coverage. AT&T is trying to accommodate and better serve the area. And additionally, AT&T has partnered with FirstNet 911 services. And this additional coverage will increase the community safety standards by more effectively serving the area in the time of need.
Okay, so I think you've answered my question. This really is, you've located these in an area that's going to give you the most coverage for the areas that you've had complaints.
Correct.
Whether you moved it a couple hundred feet this way or this way, I'm assuming you've analyzed all of those?
We have.
Okay, thank you.
I think maybe a clarification too, the multiple towers are not the same company, right? They're different companies. They're co-locating their antennas or locating their antennas. So AT&T doesn't have currently an antenna there. So they're, that's why they're putting an antenna at this location. So the other antennas are other carriers that have antennas on.
So will you reach out to like the T-Mobiles and see if you can co-locate so there'll be less other antennas? I mean, is the idea to consolidate?
Basically, we can't consolidate on the ones or co-locate on the ones that are existing because of the reach. There's already a couple carriers on that pole, so we would be too far down and we wouldn't be able to have the coverage. But that's why building the monopole with a light structure on it would look cohesive with the other one that's there and also allow AT&T to have the coverage that they need.
So will you reach out to other carriers though to co-locate with you guys?
We don't need to reach out, but they will definitely see that our pole is there and they will reach out to us.
So ultimately the net would be less poles from other companies all coming to one big pole?
The goal is to try to co-locate if possible, always.
So this pole would allow, I think, one other additional co-locator underneath, and then the light would be in the third position, right? So they'd be able to have one additional antenna on this pole.
Okay, thanks.
So do we know what type of revenue this pole will generate for Alpine School District?
I'm not sure what the rent agreement is.
Just
It can
approximate?
be, I can give you, it could be anywhere from 1,800, 1,500 to maybe 2,000, probably more.
A month?
A month. It might even be starting off as low as 800 to 1,000, and then it begins to increase, over years with an annual increase.
Because I think I remember when we bought Hillcrest, we had to calculate that because it was a source of revenue into what we were paying for the property. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Just so if I could just.
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
Just another perspective on this. So you're having Orem citizens that are contacting AT&T complaining because they're not getting cell coverage. I mean, they're not having a suitable experience because they're not getting the coverage that
Correct.
they would like to get, that maybe I'm getting because I live in a different area.
Correct.
And I have better access to a cell tower.
Correct.
So, I mean, in my mind, it would make sense to do it somewhere like this versus putting them in the neighborhoods or other places so that it's right in my backyard. to have this big tower versus putting it somewhere where there's a lot of open space and it's not as, you know, as someone said, an eyesore. So I mean, I looking at it from another direction, I see this as a benefit to Orem citizens. You know, everyone, I mean, not many people have landlines anymore. We all depend on cellular coverage and also for our emergency services, as you mentioned before. So I see this as a need to help Orem citizens.
Correct.
So.
Steve?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to point out that, you know, I'm sure there are probably some people out there that do have concerns about the radio emissions, the electromagnetic radiation, whatever you want to call it. And there may be people who say it's harmful and others who say it's not harmful. I have no idea, quite honestly. But basically, federal law has said that the cities, municipalities cannot take that into account in making decisions whether to regulate or to deny or an application for the siting of the cell tower. Basically, the FCC has said, we're going to be the only ones who regulate this and who decides what's safe and what's not. And they've basically taken that authority and power away from local jurisdictions. So I just wanted to make you aware that although that may be a concern out there, it's not something that the council is allowed to base a decision on under federal law.
Thanks, Steve.
Mayor.
My concern is just that, you know, I mean, we've got this ordinance that says they're 1,000 feet apart. And that's kind of the guidance that we've been going off this entire time. And so if every time we have to try and approve something that's not 1,000 feet apart, we're essentially being asked as a council to justify that. And we haven't done a research project on all these different variables. I mean, maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't. The FCC means this and that. But at the same time, I would rather see it, if we're going to change, you know, the 1,000-foot rule, then we've got a different basis to approve these things on. But right now we're being asked to do a variance without really, I mean, next week it could be, let's do a 100-foot one next to a 500-foot. It's just a sloppy way to work. And so I don't want to be in charge of making that decision. I'd rather have a set rule, you know, like the 1,000 feet. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's actually a question I was looking at this past week or so, going back and looking at our ordinance and trying to better understand what was the purpose of that 1,000-foot rule. And as Jason mentioned too, that was adopted back in I believe the mid 1990s when, you know, cell service was just kind of developing and becoming a relatively new thing. And from what I have gleaned, the concern about the 1,000-foot separation was, you know, these towers were considered at that time to be a visually unappealing type of a structure, having a negative aesthetic impact on the city. And so the idea
that hasn't totally
that
changed.
hasn't changed. I understand that. So the idea was that, well, since we know these towers are going to have a negative visual impact, let's try and spread that negative impact out over the whole city so that everybody kind of bears their own equal share of that negative visual impact. And I guess that kind of makes sense, but I think that's the purpose of it. So I guess the question for the council would be, is this something that is creating, you know, having it located within 200 or 400 feet, is that creating that negative visual impact in a too concentrated area that we want to avoid? And I think the argument could be made, actually, if you don't allow it in this location, then it is going to probably go somewhere else on that site where it's going to stand out more potentially. You know, here you are getting a different kind of pole, but you're kind of exchanging one pole for another pole. And so you're not actually adding another pole per se. And it's in a location where people are used to seeing poles because of the field. And so the argument at least could be made that the visual impact that we're concerned about with this 1,000-foot separation requirement is going to be less in this location than it would in somewhere else. And this is for the council to determine. The finding that you're required to make is just that allowing a separation less than 1,000 feet would still adequately protect the health, safety, and welfare in terms of visual aesthetic impact. And so, I think that's the decision needs to make is the visual impact better where it's being proposed, or would it be better if they actually separated it out 1,000 feet? So.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, and maybe this is something that we should table and discuss as far as in how do we want to go forward, instead of making an exception here and exception there, is we ought to have a discussion, a work session about what are we comfortable with? Are we comfortable with 200 feet? To me, I think that's just a joke to put a pole every 225 feet. And I hear what Steve says, and I appreciate what he said, but there'll never be a time when the US government tells me how to vote as a member of the city council. I'll always vote what I think's right. So, I mean, I heard what you say, Steve, but I also will say I'll vote what I think's best for the citizens of Orem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have, well, we can just vote. We can vote to table. Does anybody have a preference?
Is there another pole that's at a different location on this property that could be used?
No,
Find all kinds of poles.
no, unfortunately.
Just a matter of time.
And we're trying to obviously make it so that we aren't adding another pole, but we're using an
I mean,
existing
Like on
pole.
the baseball diamond, do they have lights there?
I'm not sure. I'm not. Did they? I don't believe they did.
I'm just asking if there's another option that we could move it. If we
After
have
looking
concern
at,
about it being too close to another pole, if we can move it to another pole that's a little bit farther away, that's already a pole.
right,
Man, I know at the Orem High, but they don't have lights at the baseball field.
I don't think so.
Because
Well, I was thinking about Timpanogos, but
I don't,
maybe they don't have lights there.
I
either.
don't think so.
I don't think Timpanogos has lights either.
So would somebody like to make a motion?
There are no lights there. Just to
Yeah,
confirm.
I'll still make a motion to approve the conditional use permit and approve an AT&T telecommunication facility co-located on a field light at Orem High School located at 175 South, 400 East in the R8 zone.
I'll second.
Aye.
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 Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
So I'd like to make a comment, Mayor, if I can, before I vote. I'm uncomfortable with the visuals that have been given to us. We've got good coverage or poor coverage on these maps. I want to know what the light green coverage is. Does that mean it's average coverage? I mean, I'm just uncomfortable with understanding the need to change our ordinance. I agree. I would much rather have something in place so we're not constantly making variances and changes and exceptions so that people can, know what's acceptable in Orem. I would have liked to have seen this go before our Natural Resources Committee or our Beautification Commission to let them give feedback on the visual impact, which is something that we've talked about. And I'm also worried about the proximity to our children. I'm uncomfortable with the snack shack thing. That's the first I've heard about that is tonight. But anyway, with that being said, I will vote nay on this.
Okay, thank you. The conditional use permit passes 4-3. Okay, now we've got item 7.3, which is same story, different pole, no snack shack.
Correct.
Okay. But this one's 225 feet as opposed to 420 feet, right?
Yep.
Would someone like to make a motion on that?
Oh, I'll make the motion that we approved an AT&T communication facility co-located on a field light at Timpanogos High School, located generally at 150 East, 1430 North in the R8 zone.
I'll second.
Can we have a vote? You want to start, Terry?
Nay.
I'll vote nay, saying I just don't see any reason to have 225 feet between poles.
Aye.
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 And once again, I'm going to especially vote against this one because it's a whole different layout. The residents, there's a new subdivision going in nearby with 22 homes. There's the homes that are close there on the other end of the football field. That's my high school. So I'm going to be voting no on this one also. I think that's way too close.
Okay, the conditional use permit passes.
Mayor Young, can I make a comment?
Yes, Jason.
Would you like staff to bring something forward to discuss the 1,000 feet and some other criteria of this ordinance?
Yeah,
As
that
a-
makes
as
a
a
whole lot more
discussion?
sense than the way we were doing this right now.
Okay, so, in the coming months, we'll bring something forward, discuss it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Both those passed. Item 7.4, we'll have a public hearing. Amending portions of section 22-6-10 miscellaneous regulations for residential zones pertaining to parking and storage of trucks, trailers, and RVs, and section 22-14-7 supplementary regulations, conservation of values in residential zones. Jason, would you like to tell us about that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council. So tonight we have a request to add a portion of a driveway, not the regular driveway or a permanent driveway that's part of a home, but a secondary driveway next to on the side yard or something where somebody will park an RV or a third car or something like that. Right now, we have an ordinance that requires it to be paved. And the neighborhood improvement team is having a lot of enforcement issues with the cost these days of concrete, the cost of labor, the cost of, it's just prohibitive for homeowners to come in and put a paved driveway. And so what they've asked us to do, and I think the council may have been part of this original discussion, is to come in and allow an exception and allow some gravel or other type of material to be as a secondary driveway. So we are proposing to make a change to several sections that relate all to that. So in the storage of a truck, trailer, or RV, you can, and I'll show you an example of what we're meaning with this text, have a portion that's gravel as long as it conforms to several criteria. One being the shallower, and you may have experience with bark or things in a planter bed, the less depth it is, the more weeds grow. And so the 4 inches is a typical standard where it's deep enough that roots will, if they do have weeds on them, they're easy to pull because it's the roots are in the gravel and not in the dirt. So we're proposing that at least be a 4-inch depth of gravel, that at least have a separation if it's on a property line, that it has at least a barrier, a 4-inch, whether it's a concrete or whether it's bricks or something that separates so gravel doesn't spill over onto a neighbor's property, or there's a 3-foot separation from the gravel driveway to the neighbor's property so we don't get spillover and complaints from neighbors of having gravel on their. So those are a couple of the things that we're proposing to be a part of that requirement. And let me just show you what we're meaning. So the outlined in green, the main driveway is still required to be asphalt or concrete or pavers that are block. The blue crosshatch, it would have to be accessed off of the main driveway. It couldn't access directly onto a street. But then that portion could be gravel. So you would access here on your main driveway and then be able to access the gravel portion off of that driveway and not directly track gravel out onto the street. So this is kind of 2 examples of a separated sidewalk or a combination sidewalk. The Planning Commission did review it and does recommend approval for this amendment. Be glad to address any questions.
So I've got a question, Jason. So on the 4-inch gravel, if the person has an existing side driveway or whatever it is, and they have gravel, but over the years grass has grown up or dirt, we want to make them take it out and put
No,
forth.
they would just need to maintain it.
Well, I
right?
mean, yeah, because the key thing is the problem we're having is, there's gravel, but then there are grass, maybe it might be 2 or 3 inches, and they're giving people tickets where to me, that's unacceptable.
Well, the weeds, I don't think are the issue. Currently, it's the fact that they can't have the gravel driveway. So this would allow them to, the gravel surface would be permitted.
But I'm just saying what the tickets have been given were, and I've been to the guy's house. And
For overgrown.
Yeah,
weeds.
no, it wasn't overgrown that much, but it was just like, they want me to pull it out and put 4 inches of gravel with weed tarp. And I do garden boxes, and the weed tarp, I buy commercial grade and it still grows through. So to me, if we're digging down for 4 inches to put weed tarp, I think that's excessive, and it's not gonna work. It might do it for a year and then the rest, then now what, they gotta pull it out again because you got weeds growing up all through? I don't know. I don't know if I like where we're going with this. I mean, I think it's in the head in the right direction, but I still think it's a little bit too strict in my book for the citizens.
Yeah, and the council, I guess, can obviously address or strike out things that this is the proposal that we, the plan commission has reviewed it, but the council does have discretion to modify any of the text before it's approved. So the idea behind that 4 inches and weed barrier is simply just for maintenance, right? If you ever, unless you want to use, ground killer or something like that on an annual basis, which I do on occasion, keeps the weeds out for a year, or you use some other type of, emergent that kills the weeds over time. And that's what you need to do. If you don't maintain that, then you will get a driveway with full of, weeds or grass, or eventually it'll just turn into grass. So
I mean, do we know how much gravel is today?
I don't. It's a lot cheaper than concrete.
So this is a benefit for the homeowner because they don't have to put concrete. They can do a cheaper gravel. I mean, so right now we could ticket them for having gravel and not concrete. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So this is a benefit for the homeowner. It's going to be less. And now we're just thinking, I think Councilman Spencer's thinking about the maintenance. Our guys aren't going to get out there and measure the 4 inches, I'm sure.
No, it's really just a maintenance issue. And if a homeowner is, has pride in his yard and be able to spray and keep the weeds down, there's not going to be an issue. Right. And a couple of weeds, I'm hoping they're not ticketing with just a few blades of grass coming up through. I don't think that's the intent.
So the way this came to be, right, is because right now you've got to have concrete there. And
Correct.
so there were quite a few tickets. People were getting tickets for not having concrete there and parking something on it.
Yep.
And that was causing turmoil. So the solution that you guys came up with was to put gravel there instead of concrete, because as expensive as everything is, gravel is a whole lot less expensive than concrete, and it would still be good looking. It would look decent in the yard. It would give you a place to park your vehicle. So that's all really positive. And then we're down to the weeds. Yeah, it seems to me like the homeowner should, if they have two options. They can put the concrete in and no weeds. They could put the gravel in, take care of it and keep the weeds down. Or they could just not park on that side of the house.
And that's kind of the intent of the ordinance, Mayor. I think that you're hit it right on the head, is trying to have some exception between the two rules. And to Mr. Spencer's point, about a year and a half ago, I did buy some decorative rock, and it's about $120 a yard. That was about a year ago. So it's, right now you're spending, I don't know what the concrete of a yard is, but it's upward of a couple $100. So it's half or less than that to get a couple yards of concrete, or excuse me, a couple yards of gravel, spread it out and be able to park a vehicle on it. So it's definitely extremely less expensive for gravel than it is concrete.
And it does give the homeowner the chance to
Gives them an
deal with
option.
this. Yeah. So they don't have to.
And really all we're asking is to maintain the grass.
And I mean, I think 4 inches is too much gravel, because if I have a trailer, it's gonna probably sink. If it's at 2 or 3 inches, or 2 inches, it'll be just pretty solid.
And to your point, that's true. If you put pea gravel, that's not going to work, right? That's but if you put a coarse aggregate that actually interlocks with each other, then you can probably go a little less, but it just depends on the type of gravel you buy. If it's a pea gravel and you put a thing, it's just going to sink right down to the bottom. If you put, some 1.5, 2 inch pieces of rock, it's going to be a little more stable.
Which would be more money, but.
But that's, you're looking at 200 or less per yard.
We want to specify that at all? I mean, I don't know the benefits of a 2-inch gravel, 3 or 4. I mean, I don't know where the perfect.
I mean, if
level.
the council wants to go to 3 inches, I mean, I don't have heartburn over there. I'm not going to go measure it, Dave, but 2.5 is fine.
The issue is the more gravel you have, the less of a weed problem you have. So
That's
you got to
true.
pick how much of a weed problem you have.
The more, the depth of, and like, back to my example, the more depth of gravel, the more depth of bark, the weeds tend to grow in it, but you can pull them right out because they're not attached to any dirt, and it's just easier to maintain that way. So the thicker you make material, the less maintenance is going to be over time. That's just my thought.
Any other thoughts?
I hear the concern about gravel, but cement surely is a lot better on weeds than gravel. Cement doesn't grow through weeds that I know of. Maybe it's on a corner, but so I think in due respect for neighbors and neighborhoods, I support cement. I mean, I hear what we're saying about gravel. I think the gravel for our home, what's our guys called? You know, that goes around, and give the tickets.
NIT, neighborhood improvement.
I think if they were here right now, they'd say, oh man, that's going to be a pain, a lot bigger pain than what they have now. As if a lot of people are putting gravel in and you've got weeds everywhere.
So, yeah, and this application is from them, so I'm not going to put words in their mouth because they're out of town.
Yeah.
But they're the ones that, because they're writing all the tickets, I mean, they support this as an alternative, basically. I would prefer concrete myself, and I support the ordinance requiring the concrete, but this is an alternative for a homeowner that, and we're dealing with a lot of properties that gives them at least an alternative to do something besides a ticket or, you know, no parking because you can't afford the concrete at this point.
And a good point, but Jason, but they're dealing with no gravel, trying to say put gravel there.
Right.
And so I can see, yeah, between no gravel or gravel, gravel's better, but I think cement's better than either one.
I agree.
May I make a comment,
So
Mayor?
the question is whether we want to just leave it cement. That is the optimum. Or if we want to give gravel a chance because of the number of people are getting tickets for not having cement. I don't know.
Well, I know one of the issues was the guy had a trailer and it was dirt on the side of his house. And he was talking to the officer. He says, well, if I put 4 pavers underneath my tires, is that going to be good? And he goes, yes. I'm like, so this defeats the whole purpose. So yeah, I think we need to make it easier for the citizens to be in compliance. I mean, cement's great, but who can afford cement? So, or we say it's got to be cement, but you know, make sure your weeds are down and we call it good. That's that's the way I see it. But
yeah, I mean,
no,
pavers
even if you don't have it, if you're keeping it nice, there's no weeds, pull the weeds and call it good.
yeah, pavers are still an option as well, right? So you can still do that as an option, alternative.
I just don't think that the government should tell people what to do on the side of their homes. To me, I don't think that's right. But
Are you concerned about the 4 inches?
yes, I'm concerned about 4 inches of gravel as a cost, because you got to put a weed tarp down. I just don't think it's.
So
I'm just
what-
going on the one situation. I talked to the gentleman, he just can't afford it. And we're going to demand that he has gravel, and if not, he's going to have a ticket again. I don't know. We'll have him call somebody else. I mean, I'm trying, but.
Well, I think the idea is to provide a low cost alternative, right? Gravel. It seems you're concerned with the depth. I don't know what's ideal, so I can go to 3 if you think that's less obtrusive, or we can leave that off. I think it has to be. I don't know.
Well, the driver I'm talking about has gravel that's been pushed into the ground, into the dirt, and there's a little bit of weeds coming up. And to me, I think it's solid and it works. But now we're talking about 3 or 4 inches. So I don't know.
What are they parking? Because if they can afford a boat or a motorhome, they can afford
They're
cement.
just parking cars there.
Trailer, he said.
Okay.
I like the idea of giving people the option of gravel. It's less expensive. And so I think that's a compromise for me. I don't know what's ideal. We need to say 4 or 3 inches or leave the whole, how deep it needs to be. Guess I'm asking, are you comfortable if we go less? Are you comfortable if we leave off how deep it has to be? I don't know.
Can I make a comment? Hello? Can you hear me?
Are they getting endless tickets? Pete?
Peter's got his hand. Oh, we got it.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay? So my opinion with the 4 inches, I mean, I've lived in places where we had gravel driveways and the gravel eventually goes into the ground and you have to replace it. Every so often you got to repave your driveway with the gravel. That costs money. It's an ongoing cost. So when you can, you then go back and do concrete so you don't have to, or you pave it, right? So you don't have to keep layering gravel that keeps getting into the ground. So I don't have a problem with 4 inches of gravel. I think the idea is that we want people to create a beautiful yard. We want to have the weeds gone. I don't believe our NIT guys are going to go around measuring gravel. But it is something that you have to maintain if you want to keep the weeds down. The cement is a much better look. And I had gravel out the side of my house and eventually we got tired of putting more gravel down and poured cement. So I like the low cost option and I think 4 inches is sufficient.
Mayor and council, I'll just say that with much that's related to nuisance code enforcement, there's always something of a spectrum. between different cities and what they do here. As staff, we're just simply proposing an option for you to consider that may achieve something of a better balance on that spectrum. But obviously you should respond and vote with however you feel like we should be getting in terms of the
So
code
could we put
enforcement
a
spectrum.
minimum of 2 inches, max 4? I might be able to swallow that.
Well, maximum wouldn't be needed because they could put whatever they wanted, right? They
Yeah.
would, we wouldn't care
Yeah,
if somebody
but
put 6 inches.
It's given an option, right? So
Right, yeah.
we're hitting your 4-inch, but I'm saying,
Between 2 and 4 inches.
there you
we
go.
could do.
I'm sold on it.
So are we down to voting if we're okay with gravel, basically?
I think it's a public hearing. No.
It is a public hearing. we have.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm just curious if that's where we're at. Okay, all right, let's open this up for a public hearing. Would anyone like to talk about gravel?
I don't care. You couldn't do it in my. We had covenants.
Okay, I just have a question.
I don't think your mic's working. Can you loan yours? You could do that too.
Ask my kids, I can yell really loud. Okay. I understand that this idea is to be pretty. I'm somebody who has had an Orem city officer show up at my door and tell me my yard's not pretty enough. I was in the middle of construction and a concerned Orem citizen left a nasty note and didn't care what we were in the process of. I just better clean it up now or else. So I have a little bit of emotion involved in this comment, but couldn't a person simply cover what they have parked there? Like if I have an ATV parked there, couldn't I just put a cover on it and make it pretty? Or could I put a fence around it instead of having to do gravel or concrete? Isn't there some other way that I could hide this from view or make it pretty without having to go to the expense? Because we do concrete and it's $250 a yard right now. It's pretty expensive. Gravel would probably be about 100, 125 a yard right now. So yeah, it's cheaper. But if you're going to try to do gravel, you're also going to make somebody do a specific size of gravel. So, which then gets really nitpicky. So, and as someone who's had somebody show up at my house and say, you're ugly, I would say, make this as simple as possible so that we don't have to tell people that.
So to continue on, what's your suggestion? I'm just curious. What's your suggestion with all that?
But like gravel's not a problem, but what about just strips of gravel so that it can just be parked on something? If there's something going to be parked there, why is it a problem if there's grass underneath it? Why is that ugly if there's grass underneath it? So 4 pavers would be fine, but I guess I just also don't understand the problem with just dirt. Why can't I just have dirt there? Why does it have to be gravel? Why does it have to be asphalt or concrete? Why can't it just be dirt? So, because I can go out and I can spray dirt with poisonous Roundup just as good as I can with gravel. And you're still going to have to go out and pull weeds out of concrete cracks. So, I mean, in my case, we'd pulled out a whole bunch of weeds and it was just dirt for a while. And we got in trouble for having the weeds in a pile for too long. So, because it was that big of a pile, it took us that long to get rid of it. But it's, like I said, I have emotions attached to that, but it's just like, I realize Orem City wants to be pretty, but we live here. So we have to let people live here. They don't just come here and take pictures like we're Better Homes and Gardens because we live here. So sometimes it's dirty. It's not clean every day. So yeah, there are people that fall into the category of hoarder and maybe we can work with them, but most of us don't. So make it really simple. Don't make it too picky. Don't make it too hard. And I don't know, just common sense rather than ultra pretty makes more sense to me.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so it seems like I said, the way this started was people are getting tickets for parking things on the side of their house from the knit squad, right? Because it's parked on dirt or whatever, right? Or
It's
explain
currently
it to me.
against the ordinance to park on grass or dirt. It needs to be paved if you're going to have it as a parking stall.
Okay, so that's what the rule currently is.
And that's the current rule, yes.
And so this entire conversation is an effort to make that simpler.
Gives them an
To
alternative.
gives people an option that if they
Right.
can't afford paving, then that they can afford another option, which would be this gravel.
Correct.
So then we got other options, which are just don't do anything. But there's a whole progression of ways this could go. So does anyone have any thoughts on, but we probably need to, well, actually, are there any other public comments before I close the public comments? Okay, we'll close. Oh, Mike.
I agree with Karen. I would like to just point out, somebody shouldn't have to choose between having a recreational vehicle or concrete. Because not everybody can afford them, Tom. So, I mean, it's all expensive. And so families have to choose sometimes, you know, you might save a fortune just to buy that trailer to take your family on an outing. And you can't afford the concrete to go along with it. We don't want to be a nanny state. It's their property, you know, I mean, we have certain ordinances so that we have peaceful living coexistence, right? But we shouldn't overinflate these regulations. So I think this is a good step, but I think to David's point that we should go more and back off on some of these heavy ordinances and the natty state ordinances that we do have. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Any other comments?
So I've got a question for Jason.
Hang on,
Oh,
we have another comment.
oh.
Karen Turner, how about just keeping it to a weed ordinance? Let's keep the weeds below 4 inches or something like that.
Okay, wait. Any other comments? Okay, we'll close the public comments.
So I have a question for you, Jason. So she mentioned maybe do a gravel strip where the trailer is parked. And if you can make that look nice, why couldn't that pass?
So yeah, back in the 70s or 60s, when I went and visited my grandpa, I mean, they had those, concrete strips that went back. That's not an issue. I think we could allow that under the current.
But I'm
ordinance.
talking about gravel. Could
Gravel
they do
strips?
do gravels, put a strip of gravel and a strip of gravel and call it good with,
As
I
long
think
as they
my thing
maintain-
is,
I
is
guess
the-
as long as they maintain the weeds and,
even if
the
I
grass or
think it's,
whatever.
even
around
if it's dirt, I think if the weeds are gone or maintained, and I think 4-inch weeds are probably not very sightly. So I would just kill them with Roundup. But I mean, I'm leaning that way because I've got other issues on some other ordinances that'll probably come up in the future. So I'm very vocal in this, but that's the way I feel. I think.
I guess my only question or point with that would be the Councilman Millett's point is if you put gravel in a strip over time, it's going to dissipate and go out and you're going to have to redo it every year, every 2 years.
But at least it's compacted down. So,
But I imagine if somebody came in with a design that says they wanted, 2-foot strips of gravel back there and park the vehicle, I imagine that would meet the intent. So we probably work with them as far as the NIT to make sure that it meets the intent of the ordinance of having it parked on a gravel strip.
How about a progression? Because it seems like, I don't know where this is going, but a progression would be, right now it can only be concrete. Everybody gets a ticket if they don't have concrete. So this is saying, okay, we're creating another option. You can have gravel, but then we can fast forward and say, okay, try this for a couple of years. And if this is still a problem, then we go to straight dirt with Roundup or something. I mean, yeah.
The other option is the lady's point that commented, somebody could put a fence in front of their home, right? Have a gate, park behind it, and they could have dirt, right? As long as it's behind a legal constructed fence that meets the setbacks, the heights, all that stuff, they could do that, but whatever they want in the backyard or side yard, and we would not have an issue with that. So it's those that are visible from the street. That's where it comes into the parking needs to meet the standard. So this is an option for those that are either on next to that driveway or back behind the house. If somebody chooses to fence that off then we would not have an issue. So there is still another option. as
So they
well.
can still fence like what
Yeah.
was described earlier.
That's
So
a
they can
current option.
fence, they can gravel.
And that could be dirt, could be grass, could be whatever. Yeah.
So that might solve for a lot of people. Okay. Would somebody like to do something?
Well, I think it's a step in the right direction. I like the flexibility and the lower costs for our homeowners. So if Dave has consternation with the 4 inches, I'm willing to go to 2, but I don't know how others feel.
I think, I mean, 2 inches, I think in that we get compacted on the dirt, and I think that'd probably be at least a start. And then we can look at it and see if it's a problem, but I can live with that, I guess. And
So what's the wording you're suggesting?
Could you do
2
maybe-
inches, not-
Maybe between 2 to 4 inches?
or you can just put 2 inches because then they can do 6 if they want to do.
That's true. Good.
2 to infinity.
Does that
So are
make
they
sense?
gonna, are they gonna have
We just
to,
Change the 4 to the 2.
are they gonna have to enclose that 2 inches? How are you gonna have the 2 inches there? I've just been around a lot of gravel. I don't think how are you gonna get 2 inches?
Just
Not-
by 2 inches and put it down.
Not going down into the dirt.
It's a challenge to maintain it. I guess that's,
That's
It
the
is
biggest
true.
thing is it's
Okay,
gonna be
let's say
more of a
3.
challenge.
But I mean, you
Could
put
we-
2 inches and you drive it. I mean, everything's gonna be compacted. So let's go with 2 and see how it
So-
goes. I mean,
so
the thing is,
They're gonna be
we're
out of,
trying
they're
to cut
gonna
down on the
be,
cost from the citizens of Orem. That's the bottom line. We
Well,
don't
the
want to be a
bottom
Nazi
line
state.
is-
I mean, come on.
the bottom line is we're trying to fix this ordinance so they don't have to have concrete. And if you put 2 inches, then we're gonna have unsightly yards and weeds are gonna come up. It's gonna go into the dirt.
But the
below.
ordinance says you can't have weeds, so I don't know. I'm, if it's not 2 inches, I'm voting
I know
no.
3
So
sounds
there you
pretty
go.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion, Mayor.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion that we amend portions of section 22-610 miscellaneous regulations for residential zones pertaining to parking and storage of trucks, trailers, and RVs, and section 22-14-7B2 supplementary regulations, conservation of values in residential zones.
I'll second.
are we defining the inches?
She kept it at 4.
4, okay. So she made the motion for 4. You seconded it?
I did.
Okay, so let's vote.
Terry, I have no idea.
You want me to start? I will. Nay.
So, okay. Yeah, I'll say nay. Nay.
I'll say aye.
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 Okay,
I'm gonna send you guys the phone calls.
it passes. Thank you. Thank you, Lene, for making that motion. Okay. And we've got item 7.5. An ordinance to amend the current fiscal year budget, 2022, 2023. And Brandon's going to present this. Did the lights go out?
Thank you, Mayor. First thing, it is a public hearing. I don't sure if, I know it doesn't say that on there, but this is a public hearing and it was advertised as such, so. As we periodically do, it's time to come before you this evening with budget amendments to the current fiscal 22-23 fiscal year. And identify items that we feel need to be adjusted for various reasons. Number one, which you can see some of these items listed in the note section above are related to various grants received, donations received that from federal, state, private entities. So we this time need to adjust the budget so we can then spend those funds in order to receive the grant money that was awarded as part of a process of application.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. It seems like every year we don't budget for grant money and we apply for them and then we get many through the years. But because you try to assume we may not get them, But every year we get a bunch of grants, but some of these seem bigger than prior years by a significant amount, or is my memory fading?
No, so obviously there are several on here, and I'll touch on those, some of those specific ones that are maybe large and or different. Yeah, so just to start with, you'll notice the third to last one up at the top in the general fund area says grant UCA PSAP proportionate share. That 177,000, that's related to our dispatch center. This will be the last time we receive that particular disbursement in relation to that award. Let's see. We scroll down a little. The HIDA grant, which is at the top here, we do receive that every year. It does vary in amount each year. That's our the Drug Task Force receives that each and every year. I can't say as to whether that's larger or smaller than normal, but it's in the ballpark. The one right here that we're, so you can see the $1.7 million. This is unique. This is new, related the Tourism Tax Advisory Board. And those funds will be going towards the infield turf down at Lakeside Park for the infields of the baseball diamonds, or softball diamonds there, I should say. So
Can I ask, did that come from?
Correct.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was the restaurant tax. It was from the county.
Correct.
Thank you, whoever lobbied that.
I think that was from Bryson, the mayor.
I think you're correct. The items just below that in the water fund, you can see we received an ARPA, a grant from the state, from the Utah Lake Preservation Fund, 2.5 million. These are all going towards, if I remember correctly,
Water reuse project.
yes,
Right. Yes, that's what
yes,
to our water reuse project.
correct. The same, the second item on there for the $1 million from the Utah Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, also to the water reuse project. And then the third item on there, so since we issued our 2021 water, sewer, and stormwater bonds, those funds have been sitting in a trustee account, and any of the unused funds that are there earn interest. And this is the first time we've actually booked the interest related since we've received those funds. So this is an accumulation of, almost 2 years now worth of interest earnings. And those will be applied towards those those bond projects. We've assigned it currently to the water fund since we have obviously building a rather expensive water tank. So, any need there, we can, we're intending to use those funds towards that project.
So Brandon, that item number 1, Utah Lake Preservation Fund, that was the money we got from the federal government, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, no, well, yes. I mean, obviously it's ARPA, so it does come, it did come through the state, but it is federal money, obviously from the ARPA, but it came through the state.
Was that different than the money that Congressman Curtis helped us get?
It is different, Mayor. So we've received through various different grants, in part what's being shown here today, but in total, I believe about $13.5 million in different kinds of grants towards the water reuse project. So the 3 million that you're referencing is part of the total 13.5. But this here is in addition to that.
And we will be coming back with some of these other pieces related to those grant funds for that project as we continue to get the actual award and or get the actual funds. So,
Brent, can you remind me? This isn't our water tank. This is a different project.
I mean, Chris can speak to it in detail, but this is related to after water goes through the digestion process at our wastewater treatment plant, we can reuse that water for outdoor applications at, for example, the Sleepy Ridge Golf Course, Lakeside Park, and one other smaller park there close.
Springwater Park is also included in that, and the reclamation facility. So all in all, we've received about 13.6 million for the $20 million project. About 70% of the project will be funded through these dollars that are not Orem taxpayer dollars.
Thanks for the clarification.
I wanted to, even though it's not a relatively large amount, but I wanted to identify related to the facilities maintenance fund. I know I'm skipping from 1 to 5, but since we're right here, I thought I'd touch on that. So we are transferring, we have a need within our facilities maintenance fund, which are primarily the janitors that take care of all of our facilities, and that the staff that take care of all the things in relation to maintenance and repairs and maintenance with our facilities. The wages for many of those we were suffering with being able to keep them or get them in the first place. And so we've raised the salaries for those individuals. And as well, if you'll remember back from when our auditor was here, that particular fund had a negative deficit fund balance. And so these funds are to also then try to alleviate that deficit fund balance as well. So we're making a transfer from funds within the general fund to cover that deficit. Then let's see. Yes.
What's this Monday meals donation? Was that a benefactor that came through, or is this the collection of the people paying for their lunch?
One particular benefactor. Bryce probably can tell us who that particular one. I can't remember who the specific donor was, but do you, Bryce, know? Yeah. Gina could definitely tell us.
But this was just to help for the costs of providing meals, or was that how it was designated?
Correct. Yes, that's what it was specifically donated for, was for those meals. Let's see. And then, so item number 2, we increased our rental and lease revenues and added for the UPS rental of our parking lot down at the Public Works facility. Item number 3 down here in the CIP fund with the impact fees for streets. There's funding there with our impact fees that qualifies for that project. And so we've added additional surplus dollars that have accumulated within that impact fee fund to help pay for that roundabout, portion of that roundabout. And I already talked about the interest earnings with number 4 and number 5. So are there any questions related to any of these budget amendments before we open up this public hearing?
We'd like to open this up for a public hearing. If there's anyone who has anything they'd like to say about these items. We'll close the public hearing. Okay, are there any questions, or would somebody like to make a motion on this?
I would like to make a motion that we amend the current fiscal year 2022-2023 budget.
Second. Aye.
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 Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Okay, we're down to our last item. Item 7.6. We have a proposed ordinance amendment creating the City Management Services Department. Steve, would you like to present that to us?
Sure, Mayor, City Council, this is a proposal come before you to amend section 2-6-1 of the city code, which deals with city administration, and that's by enacting a new subsection A10, which would create the Management Services Department. The city staff just recently seen an opportunity to make some structural changes within the city administration that we believe will create some efficiencies in management and administration of the city government, as well as will create some cost savings. And we think that this is an opportunity to improve the structure and organization of the city government. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Do we have any questions, Debbie?
Do you have an idea what the cost savings? Because I know you've kind of combined and eliminated. is this a couple 100,000, 50,000? Do you have, I'm just, give me, it doesn't have to be exact. Give me your best guess.
Probably Bren is in a better position to
Okay,
answer
Bren.
that than
And
I
I-
am.
and I will say it is a work in progress. So
Okay.
it's hard to really quantify, but Bren,
Okay, how about at least blank?
I don't know what dollar amount to suggest to you, but we've with these efficiencies, we've decreased the amount of executive staff by about 25%. And this also creates, I guess, additional accountability for the city manager's department, as that is now a much thinner department. And then, but you know, you could, in terms of dollar savings, you could note that this would replace, or this would negate the need for replacing the deputy city manager position.
Okay, thank you.
Debbie, I think it's between about 2 and 4 inches, actually.
Oh.
So it's quite a bit. It's significant.
And what's the dollar per inch? Oh, just
Yeah.
teasing.
Bren, can I ask?
any
a
other
question?
questions?
I have a question, Mayor. I
Lene?
can you hear me? I saw some concerns that this reorganization would overwork our city staff and create hardship on the staff. Bren, will you speak to that, if that's accurate or not?
Maybe you could have Pete speak to that. Just kidding.
So at least the feedback that I've been hearing so far is that there's really more just a level of excitement about more employees having more opportunity to show what they can do and to be able to learn and grow, and they have seen it as kind of a show of trust and confidence in their capability, and that we're trying to both provide the opportunity and give them a chance to develop and progress. So I think at least as far as I've heard, it's been seen more with a positive glass half full attitude as opposed to just being piled on with additional work.
I have another question.
Because part of what we're trying to do conceptually here is, so over time, as maybe a particular subject or city service, if it became maybe of a higher concern, some of those different subjects were rolled into the city manager's department over time. And at this time, we've kind of taken relook at things and trying to put at the lowest level of the organization as needed, the different services that are part of, I guess in this case, the management services department. So it's a valid concern in terms of, you know, you want to make sure that you're not, I guess, promoting people beyond their capacity. But I think we're proposing something that doesn't do that in this case. But even with that said, of course, we need to continue to keep our ears open if new concerns come up based off of this change.
So I'm
That's a
hearing
good
from
question.
you
So were
that you're.
jobs change? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just a sec, Debbie, let me finish this. Yeah. So I'm hearing from you that the attitude coming is that they're looking forward to these opportunities to expand their expertise or gain more levels of expertise and coordinate better, kind of down the chain a little more to get the job done, basically. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's the same feedback I've been hearing from all sorts of different levels of the organization, everything from our executive team to division and section managers to our HR office. So I at least haven't, if that complaint exists, it hasn't reached my ears.
And my question was just, I'm assuming some people got a little commensurate pay for increase of opportunities. I mean, is that so? While you might have lowered here, but you may have had to up a little bit here, we're probably still cost savings of the overall, correct?
Well, we always continually look at making sure that we're within market, and part of a market analysis is looking at job descriptions and job duties. And so if someone's job description and their job duties is being expanded, then we look and see how does that then fit within market, and if a pay bump would be justified then in that scenario.
Yeah, there's kind of two separate analysis, right? And one is to determine the structure, the most effective structure to where we can get the job done the best and accomplish that. That's one analysis. The other analysis is everyone being paid fairly, but those are really independent. And there's not like just a pot of money that's being rearranged. It's done. This is done in a way to optimize things. And to Brent's credit, we've talked a lot during this process, and we've seen a lot of progress as far as the way the management's being structured, the excitement of the employees, and just all the way around. We've seen lots of positive things going on through the city. And so this is kind of it's a wider structure than what we had before.
I mean, sometimes our employees come to you and give you feedback, right? And Debbie and Dave were at the meeting, and that there was really positive energy there. I've had Mayor walking through the building and saying he's noticed a different energy. So again, so far as far as this relates to affecting morale, I think it's been a very positive thing.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, can someone make a motion?
I move we adjourn.
No, we're not there yet.
Oh, we're not there.
Item 7, we're still on item 7.6, Tom.
7.6. You want to read it?
No, I'm anxious. You go ahead and move.
I'd like to make a motion by ordinance of City Council, proposed ordinance amendment creating the Management Services Department.
I'll second that.
Oh, sorry, Terry. Go ahead.
We have a second. Aye.
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 Okay, the ordinance passes. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, sorry, there, one little thing we need to address there. I was notified that on our item 7.1, that we actually need to move that to April 11th instead of March 28th. So I wonder if we could just go back there and have somebody make a motion
To continue that item.
continue that item to April 11th instead of March 28th.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we continue the city, item 7.1 regarding the city receiving public comments and the Community Development Block Grant CDBG project use of funds for fiscal year 2023-2024 to April 2011.
April 11th.
April 11th.
Second.
Aye.
Second.
Aye.
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 Thank you. That's moved. Okay, lastly, we've got city manager communicate information items. Do you have anything, Brent?
Two very quick items. One, you received an email this afternoon regarding our groundbreaking, and we've sent out invitations for the groundbreaking of our new city center for 2 weeks from today, March 28th at 3 p.m. That's how we'll kick off our meetings in a couple of weeks. And then the second one is today is Pi Day, and in consultation with Debbie LeRae, wanted to celebrate both her birthday and Pi Day with some pie here after the meeting.
I do prefer pie to cake, so it's a great combo.
Thank you. All right, we made it through it. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn? Tom, I'm sure you'd
I've
like
been
to.
humiliated.
I would like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Also, yeah.
Okay.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Sorry.
The meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
7, so I